Chapter 602. The news of Ling Xiao killing Guanxiong instantly caused a sensation in the 10 arenas. Guanxiong, a peak Earth Emperor, a powerful expert who had the chance to enter the top 10 of this competition, was actually killed by a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Moreover, he didn't even manage to injure the other party at all. From today onwards, the name of Ling Xiao would spread throughout Blue Sun City and all the surrounding forces. Only now did everyone realize that Ling Xiao was truly a terrifying Earth Emperor. He would definitely be in the top 10 of this competition. It was inevitable that he would be ranked in the top 1,000 in the entire central region, and it was also quite possible that he would be ranked in the top 100. They all muttered in their hearts. So the Earth Emperor of the Northwest is the most underestimated expert. Ling Xiao defeated Guanxiong and held Xianxia's previous 5 consecutive victories in his hands. Next, he only needed to win 5 more matches before he could advance to the 3rd round. However, a strange situation occurred. The other 9 arenas were fighting fiercely, but there were no challengers on Ling Xiao's arena. Sir, what's going on? Ling Xiao anxiously ran to the referee and asked. What do you mean? The referee asked. No one came up to challenge me. Ling Xiao replied. Isn't that good? The referee replied. Is this good? I only won 5 matches, and there are still 5 matches left. If no one comes up to challenge me, wouldn't I have no chance to advance? Ling Xiao said unhappily. When the referee heard Ling Xiao's words, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, Hee, you don't have to worry about that. If no one comes up to challenge you within 2 hours, then it will be considered that you have advanced directly. Really? Ling Xiao asked with a doubtful expression. The referee nodded his head in affirmation. This time, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that no one would come up to challenge him, causing him to be unable to advance. It turned out that no one came up to challenge him within an hour. However, when Ling Xiao finished asking this question, a high-level Earth Emperor came up to challenge him. This high-level Earth Sovereign was also a mercenary and had the same fearless spirit. He felt that Ling Xiao was just a middle-stage Earth Sovereign, and he only had a strong physical body. He, on the other hand, had a high-grade 6th-rank spiritual weapon. As long as he chose to attack from a distance, he did not believe that he could not blast this middle-stage Earth Sovereign off the stage. The temptation of winning 5 matches in a row was still very great. The high-level Earth Sovereign immediately summoned his spiritual beast, which was an 8-clawed black spider. This high-level Earth Sovereign had his own strategic deployment. From the very beginning, he ordered the 8-clawed black spider to spit out countless spider webs towards Ling Xiao. This 8-clawed black spider silk was comparable to a high-grade profound artifact, but it had one more function compared to a high-grade profound artifact, and that was its high flexibility. Anyone who was caught in it would find it hard to get rid of it. Moreover, it would spit out more and more until it bound the opponent to death. The high-level Earth Sovereign hoped that this 8-clawed black spider would help him capture Ling Xiao. At that time, would Ling Xiao not be defeated? The idea of a high-level Earth Sovereign realm expert made the surrounding people wonder if Ling Xiao would be defeated just like that. However, in the end, the high-level Earth Sovereign was disappointed, because not only did the 8-clawed black spider fail to bind Ling Xiao for him, but Ling Xiao also broke all 8 of its claws. Only its mountain-like body fell on the stage and let out a strange cry. It could no longer fight. The high-level Earth Sovereign launched a series of long-range attacks from the side, but Ling Xiao cleverly avoided all of them. In the end, the high-level Earth Sovereign wanted to admit defeat before Ling Xiao attacked him, but Ling Xiao did not intend to let him slip away so easily. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme. Before the high-level Earth Sovereign admitted defeat, he punched the high-level Earth Sovereign in the mouth, rendering him speechless. In the end, Ling Xiao did not kill the high-level Earth Sovereign. He just knocked out all his teeth and threw him off the stage. The high-level Earth Sovereign covered his toothless mouth with a mouthful of blood and left with a sobbing tone. Someone took the lead to challenge Ling Xiao. Not long after, another high-level Earth Sovereign stepped onto the stage. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao also knocked out all his teeth and threw him off the stage. The surrounding people cursed in their hearts. This guy is too abnormal. Why does he only knock people's mouths? After 2 people lost their teeth, many Earth sovereigns finally recognized Ling Xiao's abnormal strength. In the last 3 matches, no one dared to challenge him. Ling Xiao won 7 matches and advanced to the top 100 of the minor competition. Ling Xiao's battle record was not the most dazzling. There were also 4 people who advanced directly without fighting all 10 matches. These 2 were Blue Sun Sex Wen Huang by Minsheng, Tuobi Yuan, and low-level Earth Sovereign Yuan Zhantian. Like Ling Xiao, Wen Huang won 7 matches and no one came forward to challenge him. As for Bai Minsheng, no one came forward to challenge him after he won 6 matches. Tuobi Yuan's result was the most dazzling. He advanced directly after he won 5 matches. Yuan Zhantian advanced after he won 8 matches. Although young Master Ying's advancement was the most dazzling, it did not mean who was stronger. Instead, it meant who had the most ruthless methods and made the opponent the most afraid to challenge him. Among the 5, Tuobi Yuan's deterrence was the highest because he was like a thunder god. Once he made a move, it was as if there were countless thunderbolts listening to his summons. His opponents, be it humans or spirit beasts, were all killed by the thunderbolts. Bai Minsheng, who was second only to Tuobi Yuan, was a cold-faced killing god. His opponents were all killed by him. As for Wen Huang and Yuan Zhantian, they were also merciless. Those who fought with them were all killed. Compared to these 4 people, other than the way Ling Xiao killed Guanxiong, he won the other 2 matches rather gently. Ling Xiao, Kai Xieyue, Bai Yushi, Xianyao, and Yi Yinfeng participated in the Imperial Roll Tournament. Now, only Ling Xiao and Yi Yinfeng could enter the top 100 of the minor competition. Ling Xiao's horizons were truly broadened by how intense the competition in the Imperial Rankings tournament was. Many earthly sovereigns had sacrificed their lives here for the glory of the ranking. Ling Xiao finally understood why the Central Region was so full of martial arts. Apart from the vast territory and abundant resources, it was also closely related to the traditional combat test. Many people valued glory more than their own lives. This imperceptibly caused many people to cultivate with all their might from a young age. In the top 100 tournament, Ling Xiao and Yi Yinfeng successfully advanced again. Ling Xiao, of course, advanced with an overwhelming victory. His name began to spread. As for Yi Yinfeng, he was not as impulsive as before. This time, he challenged an opponent with 8 consecutive victories and defeated him. In the 9th match, he barely defeated his opponent after a bloody fight. In the 10th match, he had no choice but to use the Yi clan's Soul Ascension technique again to defeat his opponent. However, he was heavily injured just like in the 2nd match and almost died. This time, the top 10 of the Lanyang City tournament were finally decided. These 10 people were Ling Xiao, Yi Yinfeng, Wen Huang, Bai Minsheng, Tuobi Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Gu Jiaojiao, Yuan Zhantian, Zhu Mao, and Sheng Yongping. There was no need to introduce the first 8 people. Zhu Mao was the chief true disciple of the 5th grade sect, Yuanqing sect. He was at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm and specialized in the fire attribute. His protective spiritual beast was a red-coiled flame tiger. Sheng Yongping came from an unknown aristocratic family and was the one who was the least favored among this group of people. However, he had defeated Chang Jingda, whom Ling Xiao had always thought was the most stable. It was also after that battle that Sheng Yongping was revealed to everyone. After the tournament ended, the losers gradually left. The top 10 people each received some rewards. These rewards were nothing more than some 5th grade healing elixirs and 100,000 high-grade, mysterious crystals each. When it was time to distribute the rewards, Lanyang City's Lin Xiaoguang announced that they would gather in 5 days and head to the ancient battlefield, the Abyss of War. The reason why the Abyss of War was called the ancient battlefield was because it was the place where many supreme figures of the imperial family died 100,000 years ago. Back then, in order to devour each other's territories, the 4 empires finally sent their experts to the territories of the 4 empires to fight it out. Almost all the supreme figures of the imperial family were gathered in that battle. The battle between them was a disaster that could destroy the world. Fortunately, they had already set up a spatial formation to isolate that part of the world. After that battle, not many supreme figures came out of that place alive. That place was named the Abyss of War by the people. After that battle, the four empires suffered great losses. The sects and great clans that rose later began to divide their territories and no longer listened to the empire's orders. Gradually, the four empires began to decline and gradually disappeared from the stage of the central region. In an inn in Lanyang City, Ling Xiao and the others were all inside. We'll be heading to the Abyss of War in 4 days. Do you have any instructions, divine fraud? Ling Xiao asked Xianxia. Xianxia gently waved his white paper fan. What instructions can I give you? Let nature take its course. He then paused and looked at Yi Yunfeng. Yunfeng was lucky to make it into the top 10. As for whether he can become a true combat emperor, it will depend on whether he can make up for the weakness of the ascension technique in the Abyss of War. Otherwise, the imperial ranking tournament will be his grave. Yunfeng, you better think carefully. Xianxia was not exaggerating. He was merely stating a fact. Yi Yunfeng could only be described as stumbling to get into the top 10 of the minor competition. If he had met the other 8 people who advanced, he would not have been so lucky. Advisor, the Spirit Ascension Art is a secret technique of the Yi family. For many years, the ancestors of the Yi family have tried to make up for its weakness, but they have never been able to. How do you expect me to perfect the Spirit Ascension Art? I'm not as smart as the eldest, said Yi Yunfeng bitterly. It was not that he did not want to perfect the Ascension technique, but countless ancestors of the Yi clan had tried to do so in the past 10,000 years, but they had all failed. He did not have the confidence to surpass them. Xianxia smiled faintly. Fate is determined by the heavens. The Abyss of War is an ancient battlefield where many supreme figures have fallen. Your fate lies there, as well as the fate of the Yi clan. Whether you're a dragon or a snake will depend on this competition. However, it is also extremely dangerous there, so it is up to you to decide whether to enter or not. Yi Yunfeng replied without hesitation. I've already come this far, so of course I want to see how far I can go. Even if I die in the Abyss of War, it will be my glory. Chapter 603. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The top 10 earthly sovereigns of the minor competition gathered together once again. The 10 earthly sovereigns stood solemnly. 10 powerful auras shone brightly on the high altar. The 10 of them had proven their strength through killing over and over again. None of them would submit to anyone easily. Although they did not compete with each other, they wanted to use their powerful auras to overwhelm each other. Apart from the 10 of them, there were 11 judges on the high altar. They were all heavenly venerable realm cultivators, and one of them had reached the half-step sovereign realm. The half-step sovereign realm elder was Xianxia, the leader of the team heading to the Abyss of War. Xianxia glanced at the crowd coldly and said, The 10 of you are in the top 10 of the minor competition, which means that you are among the top 1,000 earthly sovereigns in the central region. All of you are qualified to head to the Abyss of War to compete for the title of 100 Battle Emperor, Imperial Exterminator, or First Sovereign. However, the moment you step into the Abyss of War, you are destined to be on a path of no return. Even a heavenly venerable realm cultivator might die in there. If you withdraw now, you will only be considered as forfeiting the round. Then, you will still be ranked among the top 1,000 earthly sovereigns. Once you enter the Abyss of War, you will not be able to come out until the appointed time. So, you must consider this carefully. After hearing Wang Zhonghua's words, everyone remained calm and did not show any signs of stage fright. It seemed that none of them wanted to withdraw. All right, since none of you are withdrawing, then we will head to the Abyss of War immediately. Wang Zhonghua looked at everyone with satisfaction and took the lead to fly in a certain direction. The others followed behind him. They were heading to the Lanyang City Governor's Mansion. There was a special channel there that led directly to the Abyss of War. Usually, there would be experts guarding it. No one would dare to use this channel without permission. This channel was different from an ordinary transmission channel. It could only lead to one destination and could not go anywhere else. At the same time, the distance between the two locations was rather large, so the beast cores needed were of a higher grade and quantity. After everyone entered the transmission channel, the half-step sovereign threw dozens of 6th-grade beast cores into the card slots. Then, a powerful light screen bloomed and enveloped everyone, forcefully transporting them to an unfamiliar place. When everyone landed, a cold and desolate aura instantly assaulted their noses. The 10 earthly sovereigns looked over and were all shocked. In front of them was a wasteland filled with flying sand, rocks, weeds, broken weapons, armor, skeletons. This place was simply like the scene of the end of the world, and it was filled with deathly stillness and desolation. If a person were to stay here for a long period of time without seeing a trace of people or feeling the slightest vitality of nature, they would probably become a madman. This really is the ancient battlefield. Yi Yanfeng gulped and sighed. Ling Xiao nodded sympathetically. Yes, the 4 empires fought to unify the central region, but in the end, all of their powerhouses died here. What a pity. Yi Yanfeng replied from his side. That's right. When the 4 majestic empires were still around, the central territory was at its peak. There were countless venerable rank experts, and emperor rank experts weren't as rare as they are now. Meanwhile, Wang Zhonghua's words interrupted their conversation. This is only the periphery of the abyss of war. The real abyss of war isn't as simple as it seems. Wang Zhongqiu sneered. After a pause, he added, There's a gathering place in front. Hurry up and follow. Wang Zhonghua took the lead and flew forward, and the others quickly followed. The gathering place was just a dilapidated city. As they approached the city, everyone sensed that there were many powerful auras in the city. As the group approached, a hearty voice rang out, Brother Wang, you're finally here. Your group really made people wait for a long time. Haha, I had no choice. I had to wait for the results of the competition. Wang Zhongxiu replied with a smile. All right, let's cut the crap. Let the little fellows come in first. There are still many fellows who haven't arrived yet. The person replied straightforwardly. The group of people flew into the city and landed on an open space. When everyone looked around, they noticed that there were hundreds of earthly sovereigns sitting in different corners. Their eyes were filled with hostility towards them. Needless to say, these are the top 10 earthly sovereigns. You can all wait here. Once everyone's here, I'll announce the rules. At that time, you'll all be able to enter the chaotic abyss of war. I wish you all good luck. Wang Zhongqiu's mission was complete, and after saying that, he immediately left. Ling Xiao and Yi Yanfeng found a place to sit. Just as they sat down, an elegant fragrance assailed their nostrils. Can I sit with you? A graceful and sweet voice rang out. Can I sit with you? Ling Xiao and Yi Yanfeng looked up and saw a beautiful girl standing in front of them. This girl seemed to be only 16 or 18 years old. Her tender and beautiful face had shallow dimples, making her look extremely lovable. Her beautiful hair was tied with a red silk scarf, with a sparkling and translucent hair branch inserted into it. She exuded an elegant and refined temperament. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he instantly regained his composure. Yi Yanfeng, on the other hand, revealed an infatuated expression. It is our honor to sit with Miss Gu, Ling Xiao said as he stood up. Yi Yanfeng also jumped up. Yes. Miss Gu, you sit. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to sweep away the dust on the ground. It was obvious that Yi Yanfeng could not resist the girl in front of him. This girl was one of the 2 girls who came with them from Lanyang City, Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao sat down without any pretense, then patted the seat beside her. You guys sit too. Ling Xiao and Yi Yanfeng sat down once again. However, the 2 of them maintained a certain distance from Gu Jiaojiao. If it was any other time, Ling Xiao would definitely squeeze next to Gu Jiaojiao instead of keeping his distance. What he did now was to create an opportunity for Yi Yanfeng. Gu Jiaojiao's appearance and figure were both excellent, but the women around Ling Xiao were better than her, so there was no reason for him to take Yi Yunfeng's woman into his harem. After all, he had to leave some soup for his brother. However, when he saw that Yi Yunfeng was sitting so far away from Gu Jiaojiao, he immediately glared at Yi Yunfeng and cursed in his heart. This kid really doesn't know how to flirt. Gu Jiaojiao's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, why are you sitting so far away? It's fate that we were able to enter the top 100 together. Come sit with me. I have something to discuss with you. As she spoke, her charming eyes intentionally or unintentionally cast flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Faced with the temptation of such a beauty, Ling Xiao's heart was itching, but he didn't want to hurt Yi Yunfeng's feelings. He could only pretend to be stern. Miss Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. I can hear you. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and she immediately said, if that's the case, then I'll say it directly. She paused for a moment, then continued. There are many dangers in the abyss of war, and the competition is even more intense. In order for us to enter the ranks of combat emperors, I would like to accompany Brother Ling and take care of each other. What do you think? That's not very convenient. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He was pleased with himself. Could it be that my charm has increased again? Yi Yunfeng hurriedly gave Ling Xiao a look, as if he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to immediately agree. Gu Jiaojiao continued. Brother Ling, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Listen to me first. In the abyss of war, the battles of the top 1,000 will not be like the small competition, but rather they will be distributed in the form of missions. Whoever completes the most missions will be ranked higher, and because of this, many Earth Emperors will team up to complete missions. Not only that, some of the stronger Earth Emperors will even steal missions from other Earth Emperors. So if we team up, we will have a better chance of protecting ourselves and entering the top 100. Gu Jiaojiao had a combat emperor elder brother, so she was very familiar with the situation. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. Since Miss Gu doesn't mind staying with us two men, then let's go together. Just don't be afraid of being implicated by us. Gu Jiaojiao revealed two shallow dimples. Brother Ling is too modest. Who doesn't know that you are strong? Jiaojiao is lazy. Brother Ling should take care of me. Gu Jiaojiao's words were very direct, and her tone revealed a desire to please Ling Xiao. Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, revealed a depressed expression. Ling Xiao spread out his hands. Miss Gu, you know that I'm only a mid-level Earth Emperor. My brother is much stronger than me, so he is the most suitable person to take care of you. As Ling Xiao said this, he gave Yi Yunfeng a look. No matter how stupid Yi Yunfeng was, he knew that Ling Xiao was helping him. He immediately patted his chest. Yes, Miss Gu, don't worry. With me, Yi Yunfeng, here, no one will dare to have any ideas. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with imperceptible disappointment. Then I will have to trouble Brother Yi. She muttered unhappily in her heart. Damn Ling Xiao. How dare he look down on my charm? I hope he won't ask me for help when we get inside. Ha! Miss Gu is too polite. Yi Yunfeng replied happily, his heart filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Miss Gu, there are a few strong fellows who came with us. Why didn't you join forces with them, but the two of us who are the weakest? Ling Xiao asked with doubt. Ling Xiao didn't think that his charm was boundless and could attract people to throw themselves into his arms. Gu Jiaojiao chuckled. I think Brother Ling is a good person. He wouldn't bully a little girl like me, right? Ling Xiao's face turned green, and he thought to himself, so this young master has become a good person. Just as Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng, and Gu Jiaojiao were chatting happily, trouble came knocking before they entered the chaotic abyss of war. Chapter 604. There were a total of 5 people walking towards Ling Xiao and the other 2. These 5 people were releasing powerful auras. At a glance, one could tell that they were all high-level earthly sovereign realm experts. 3 of them were even at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Jiao, I didn't expect to see you here. This is great. A young man with a sinister aura called out to Gu Jiaojiao with a warm smile. This young man looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in luxurious clothes that exuded a noble aura. The smile on his face looked amiable, but it gave off a feeling of hypocrisy. This was because his cold and arrogant eyes had already betrayed his arrogant and conceited personality. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the young man and frowned. "Don't call me so intimately. I don't know you." The young man still had a smile on his face. "Jiaojiao, are you still angry about what happened 3 years ago? That's a little petty." Don't flatter yourself. You're not worthy of my attention." Gu Jiaojiao snorted with dissatisfaction. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Now that we can meet again in the chaotic abyss of war, it proves that we are fated. Why don't you come with me? I can guarantee that you can enter the top 100 and become a combat emperor." The young man was not angry and immediately changed the topic. Gu Jiaojiao said impatiently, "Sorry, I already have an ally." "Girl, don't be insensible. It's your honor that Grandmaster Wanyan has taken a liking to you." A peak earthly emperor beside the young man shouted. This peak earthly emperor had a ferocious look on his face. He carried a large saber that flashed with golden light on his back. His aura was extremely vigorous, and his killing intent was no weaker than that of Guan Xiong, who had been killed by Ling Xiao. One look, and anyone could tell that he was a ferocious person. "Jiao Xian, don't say that. I've known Jiao Jiao for a long time. I understand her temper. She's just saying that to annoy me." The young man had a good temper and tried to persuade Jiao Xian. He then looked at Yi Yunfeng and asked, "Are you Jiao Jiao's ally?" The young man's eyes were filled with savagery, as if he did not see Yi Yunfeng as a threat. Of course, Yi Yunfeng would not show any weakness in front of the woman he liked. He immediately stepped forward to block Gu Jiaojiao and said, "Yes, I am Miss Gu's ally. Since Miss Gu doesn't like you, please leave." With his boss by his side, Yi Yunfeng was not afraid of these people at all. If he had to face them alone, he would have to carefully measure his strength. The young man raised his brows, and dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He immediately looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said, "Jiao Jiao, although this fellow's strength isn't bad, it doesn't seem to be enough to protect you. Why don't you join our camp?" Gu Jiaojiao obviously didn't want to be entangled with him any longer. She immediately turned her pretty face away and ignored the young man. Being ignored, Yi Yunfeng said unhappily, "Why are you so thick-skinned? Miss Gu doesn't even want to stay with you, so why are you pestering her? How dare you speak to Master Wanyan like this?" Jiao Xian, who had spoken just now, shouted. Spiritual power surged from his body, and a golden fist flew towards Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng did not expect that the other party would dare to attack here, so he could only hurriedly block with his fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Yi Yunfeng could not gather his strength in time and was knocked back a few meters. Jiao Xian, on the other hand, was still in place, his expression full of disdain. Yi Yunfeng was at a disadvantage in front of the woman he liked, so he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Scoundrel! Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have more people." Yi Yunfeng circulated 10 levels of spiritual power, and rays of golden light flashed continuously. A huge golden fist smashed towards Jiao Xian. "Lie the firefly, break for me." Jiao Xian seemed to be full of confidence, and also blasted out a golden fist to meet the attack. Boom! The powerful golden spiritual power collided with each other, producing a deafening explosion. Many earthly emperors in the vicinity of the battle immediately retreated far away. These earthly kings had no intention of making a move. Instead, they wore strong smiles, as if they wanted to watch a good show. After the two powerful moves collided, Jiao Xian's body emitted a strong, murderous intent, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirst. "Brat, this is the end of your journey. You have no place in the abyss of war." After shouting, he leaped into the air, and the golden broadsword on his back instantly flew out. The powerful golden light was like a full moon that dazzled everyone's eyes. Soaring blade. The powerful shadow of the blade seemed to tear the sky apart as it slashed towards Yi Yunfeng from above. Jiao Xian seemed to be determined to kill Yi Yunfeng. This attack was filled with 10 levels of spiritual power, which was quite terrifying. The earthly kings who could enter the top 1,000 were all very strong, and Xiao Xian's true strength was enough to enter the top 500. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to become a combat emperor. Although Yi Yunfeng was a high-level earthly king, there was still a big gap between him and Xiao Xian. He met the attack with his golden spear, and a series of spear shadows blocked the huge golden broadsword. However, his entire body was smashed into the wall of a dilapidated house, and he even broke through the wall and fell into the house. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Xiao Xian with vigilance, and they all thought to themselves, "This person is a strong opponent. Haha, this kind of trash can participate in the battle of the abyss of war." Simply ridiculous. Xiao Xian laughed coldly in midair. At this time, the young man once again said to Gu Jiaojiao, "Jiaojiao, look, how can this useless trash be your ally? You should follow me." Gu Jiaojiao's willowy eyebrows knitted together. She didn't think that Yi Yunfeng would win, but she didn't expect that Yi Yunfeng wouldn't be a match for him. This made her extremely disappointed, so she could only look at Ling Xiao. "Even if I don't have an ally, I won't choose you." Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't drag Ling Xiao down with her. She felt that Ling Xiao might be strong, but there were 5 of them. He alone might not be able to solve this problem for her. "Why do you have to be like this?" The young man sighed. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Actually, you know how I feel about you. As long as you agree to marry me, we will definitely become a high-grade alchemist couple that tens of thousands of people admire. Don't you think that this is a wonderful feeling?" The young man's expression was fanatical, and it was obvious that he was very stubborn about his thoughts. Gu Jiaojiao's expression revealed extreme disgust. "Disgusting. You should talk to other women." Boom! Just now, when Yi Yunfeng entered the house, a powerful golden light burst out, causing the house to collapse. A golden shadow instantly appeared in midair. "I want you dead." Yi Yunfeng glared at the nearby Xiao Xian, and a raging fire burned at his heart. Then, he held the golden spear and charged at Xiao Xian. If you want to die, then I will grant your wish." Xiao Xian released his aura again and charged at Yi Yunfeng. The 2 balls of golden light constantly bombarded each other, producing a series of muffled sounds in the air. Waves of sharp metal energy splashed in all directions. The remaining energy could not cause any harm to the people below. Yi Yunfeng used all his strength this time, and even used his high-grade Xian skill to fight Xiao Xian to a draw. This caused the young man below to look a little surprised, and the 3 people beside him were also a little surprised. What a powerful Xian skill. It's actually able to close the distance between us. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Once I kill him, his Xian skill will be mine. Xiao Xian was secretly planning to kill Yi Yunfeng. Golden Blade Heaven Seizing Slash. Xiao Xian forced Yi Yunfeng away, and the spiritual power in his body gathered in an instant. The golden spiritual power around him gathered together, and the golden blade in his hand slashed out several times. Each slash carried an incomparably sharp aura, as if it wanted to directly cut this part of the world in half. This slash clearly contained a bit of the concept of Tao. Yi Yunfeng revealed a dignified expression, and the golden spear continued to strike out like a violent storm, trying to block these slashes. However, the difference in strength still made it difficult for him to do as he wished. "Damn it, I can't use the Spirit Ascension art anymore." Yi Yunfeng cursed in his heart. He had already used the Spirit Ascension art twice during the minor competition. Although his potential had been stimulated by Feng Xianyun and his spiritual power had recovered, he would not be able to use the Spirit Ascension art for a short period of time. At this moment, it was very difficult for him to block, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was shaken to the point of bleeding. There was also blood at the corner of his mouth. If this continued, he was afraid that even if he did not die, he would probably be seriously injured. If that kid with the spear doesn't have any other trump cards, he will probably lose. I didn't expect him to enter the top 1,000 with such strength. It seems like he was lucky to pass. Sometimes, luck is also a part of strength. That Jiao Xian's strength is not bad. I didn't expect him to rely on a kid who is a bit weaker than him. I really don't understand. Puff! Under the wild attack of the Golden Blade, Yi Yunfeng's long spear was shaken out of his hand, and his entire body was ruthlessly sent flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed all over the sky. Useless trash, go to hell. Jiao Xian obviously did not intend to let Yi Yunfeng go. His entire body was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit as he chased after Yi Yunfeng. At the same time, the Golden Blade slashed towards Yi Yunfeng once again. Just as the Golden Blade was about to slash Yi Yunfeng's body, an afterimage flashed past, and Yi Yunfeng disappeared under the Golden Blade. Jiao Xian's eyelids twitched, and he immediately shouted, "Who dares to be nosy?" He still wanted to kill Yi Yunfeng and snatch his spatial ring, but he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to obstruct him at this critical moment. This really made him quite unhappy. There was no one else who could save Yi Yunfeng, but it was definitely Ling Xiao. He has already lost, so why are you so ruthless? Ling Xiao said indifferently. At the same time, he stuffed 2 healing pills into Yi Yunfeng's hands and placed him on the ground, allowing him to heal on his own. Are you his friend? Jiao Xian looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No, I'm his boss." Chapter 605. "Ha, you're his boss? I'm going to laugh myself to death. Your brother is a high-level cultivator, and you're only a mid-level cultivator. How did you manage to sneak into the chaotic abyss? I really don't know what your opponents are doing. Today Jiao Xian, will send you 2 on your way." Jiao Xian laughed disdainfully as he charged at Ling Xiao with a burst of spiritual energy. The people around him were the top 10 experts who had stood out from the various minor competitions. Among these people, except for a few who were not at the high-level earthly sovereign realm, the rest were at the high-level earthly sovereign realm, and most of them were at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. If Yi Yunfeng, who had just become a high-level Earth Emperor, was lucky enough to enter the top 10, then it would make sense. However, it was extremely difficult for a mid-level Earth Emperor to enter the top 10. Therefore, the emperors looked at Ling Xiao with doubt. They weren't as simple as Jiao Xian thought. They weren't stupid enough to think that Ling Xiao had cheated to enter the abyss of war. After all, no one would dare to do such a thing. However, Ling Xiao acknowledged him as Yi Yunfeng's boss, and Yi Yunfeng's strength was above Ling Xiao's. This made them wonder if Ling Xiao really had some amazing trump card. Perhaps he was just bluffing? Just as Jiao Xian's golden saber was about to slash down on Ling Xiao's head, a purple flame rushed over from afar. The raging purple flame carried with it a scorching power, smashing the golden saber's shadow to the side. Then, a delicate voice shouted, "Are you done? Don't blame me for being impolite." Gu Jiaojiao finally couldn't help but make a move. Her body was surrounded by purple flames, and she looked very seductive. The young man at the side was even more envious. He licked his lips and said, "Jiaojiao, come with me. These 2 pieces of trash aren't suitable to be your allies." Gu Jiaojiao glared at the young man and said, "Wan Yinshu, give up. Even if I were to be an ally with anyone, I wouldn't choose you." After she finished speaking, she jumped to Ling Xiao's side and looked at Yi Yunfeng guiltily. "Is he all right?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's fine. It's a good thing to let him train a bit more." Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to care about Yi Yunfeng's injury. However, those who were familiar with him could tell that Ling Xiao's smile meant that someone was going to be in trouble. "Haha, you trash. Your words are really pleasant to hear. Why don't you let me help you temper yourself?" Jiao Xian saw Wan Yin Shu give him a look and immediately laughed. At the same time, a golden palm slammed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only had the strength of a middle-stage earthly sovereign, and Jiao Xian didn't know that Ling Xiao had the means to kill people of a higher realm. Wan Huang, Ban Minsheng, and the other earthly sovereign who came with Ling Xiao all narrowed their eyes at Jiao Xian. They all knew that Jiao Xian wouldn't have it easy. Gu Jiaojiao wanted to stand in front of Ling Xiao, but but she found that her shoulder was pressed down by a strong hand. Then, a person took a few steps forward to meet the golden palm. The golden palm shadows smashed onto the human figure. No! Gu Jiaojiao couldn't help but cry out. Rumble! A powerful energy exploded, and a burst of soil and sand was sent flying. You have some courage. You actually dare to take my palm. However, even a high-level earthly sovereign would be injured after taking my palm, let alone a middle-stage earthly sovereign like you. Jiao Xian said to himself disdainfully. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was definitely dead. When everything disappeared, Jiao Xian's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "He's actually fine?" The surrounding people were also shocked when they saw this scene. Obviously, they were also surprised by this result. They saw that Ling Xiao, who had been hit by the powerful golden palm, was still standing in the same place, intact. It was as if the palm had not caused any damage to him at all. Ling Xiao gently twisted his neck, and his eyes burst out with extreme contempt. "You're not even worthy to tickle my itch." After a pause, he raised his middle finger at Jiao Xian and lightly shook it. "You keep calling us trash, but I think you're worse than trash. You dare to look down on me? This emperor will kill you." Jiao Xian's old face turned red. He roared and slashed at Ling Xiao with the broadsword in his hand. A slash through the air. A terrifying saber light slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Even if Yi Yunfeng blocked this move, he would suffer a great loss. It was obvious that Jiao Xian planned to finish off Ling Xiao with a single slash. The surrounding earthly emperors looked at Ling Xiao seriously. They all wanted to know if this mid-stage earthly emperor could withstand this slash. If he couldn't, then they would think that Ling Xiao was just bluffing and didn't have any strength. If he could withstand this move, then when they entered the abyss of war, they would have to take this mid-stage earthly emperor seriously. After all, those who could fight above their level would all have extraordinary tenbin and trump cards. They wouldn't treat him as an ordinary opponent, but as an opponent of the same level. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer. Not far away, there were several half-step emperors watching everything that was happening in the city from the sky. A half-emperor couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, did you really not violate the rules this time? You actually brought a low-stage earthly emperor and a mid-stage earthly emperor?" Wang Zhongxiu, who brought Ling Xiao and the others over, stroked his beard and smiled. "Brotherly, you worry too much. I, Wang Zhongxiu, am not someone who would do such a thing. They all came here based on their original strength. If you don't believe me, just watch. Especially this kid. Even I can't see through his true strength. Is he really that strong?" The half-emperor asked doubtfully. "I guess that Jiao Xian will lose in less than 3 moves, Wang Zhongxiu said with a smile. "All right, let's see what this mid-stage earthly emperor is capable of." The saber light shone brightly, and the sharp metal chi slashed towards him. Facing the incoming saber light, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change at all. He stomped on the ground with one foot and flew towards the saber light like an eagle flapping its wings. Swish! Suddenly, a powerful light appeared around Ling Xiao's body. The energy of this light was much more vigorous than that of an ordinary high-level earthly emperor. "Break for me!" Ling Xiao's eyes burst out with a strong light as he concentrated his strength on his fist and punched towards the saber light. "What? You dare to use your fist to fight against my saber energy? You really don't know what's good for you," Jiao Xian exclaimed, and then revealed a look of disdain. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could take this saber attack with his bare hands. Just when he thought that Ling Xiao's fist was about to be destroyed, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Bang! When Ling Xiao's golden fist came into contact with the saber light, it made a sharp sound of impact. The powerful golden saber shadow was actually cracked by the fist, and in the end, the saber energy directly disappeared into nothingness. What? How is this possible? What a powerful physical body. No wonder he could make it into the battle of the top 1,000 with the strength of a mid-stage earthly emperor. Interesting, it seems that Jiao Xian has met his match. Unfortunately, his strength is still a little weak. If he had reached the high-level earthly emperor, I'm afraid that he would have a place in the battle emperor or imperial killer. The surrounding earthly emperors were all astonished, and even the half-step emperors not far away revealed astonished expressions. "What's this kid's name?" One of the half-step emperors asked Wang Zhongxiao. "Ling Xiao, an earthly emperor from a small place in the northwest." Wang Zhongxiao didn't hide anything. After all, this list will be made public sooner or later. "He's actually from the northwest? I didn't expect that there would be such a genius there. Not bad, not bad." Another half-step emperor revealed a look of admiration. "What, could it be that Brother Huang is interested in him?" Wang Zhongxiao asked. He, let's talk about it. When he enters the top 100 battle emperors." The half-step emperor replied with a smile. "Haha, when he becomes a top 100 battle emperor, I'm afraid that it won't be your turn." Another laugh. Xianxia looked at the saber light that was shattered by Ling Xiao and was shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. "You have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, don't think that you can be so arrogant just like that." After shouting, the golden saber in his hand once again shone brightly, and it was the sign of another powerful move. "Do you think that I'm a soft sieve that you can pinch as you please?" Ling Xiao sneered as he muttered. In the next moment, he took strange steps and quickly arrived at Xianxia's side. Xianxia's eyes jumped. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast, and he immediately slashed at Ling Xiao with the golden saber in his hand. Ling Xiao also used his fist to meet the attack. "This emperor doesn't believe that you can withstand my golden saber." Xianxia roared fiercely, and the golden light on his saber blossomed incomparably dazzling. It was very obvious that this saber had condensed 12 layers of his energy. Clang! The saber and fist clashed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Xianxia's low-grade spirit artifact, the golden saber, was actually smashed open by Ling Xiao's golden fist. Before Xianxia could react, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared, and he shouted in shock, "My little brother can only be taught a lesson by me. You, who are even worse than trash, are not qualified to teach him a lesson." After shouting, an afterimage remained in place, and his real body appeared on the other side of Xianxia, and his fist fiercely smashed at Xianxia's face. Puff! Xianxia was hit hard, and his whole body flew to one side, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to let him go just like that. His figure flashed like lightning again, and he once again chased after Xianxia, and he madly punched. Bang bang! Ling Xiao's fist kept smashing at Xianxia's face. Xianxia was instantly stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast, and every punch made him dizzy, and he didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. In the end, he was ruthlessly kicked by Ling Xiao, and his whole body flew in the direction of Wan Yinshu like a cannonball. "How dare you!" Another high-level Earth sovereign beside Wan Yinshu cried out in alarm. He flew over and wrapped Xianxia with a gentle force, intending to catch Xianxia. Unexpectedly, the force of Ling Xiao's kick on Xianxia was so terrifying that it actually scattered the force of that high-level Earth sovereign. That high-level Earth sovereign had no choice but to personally catch Xianxia. In the next moment, his body was still forced back several steps before he could stop. His heart was in a perilous situation. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed greatly. "All of you, come at me together. This young master will first deal with you guys who are even worse than trash," Ling Xiao said as he looked coldly at Wan Yinshu and the others like a golden god of war. Chapter 606. Ling Xiao's voice was like a clap of thunder, and everyone in the ruined city could hear it clearly. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes looked at the tall and slender figure, and her heart inexplicably trembled a few times. She thought to herself, "He doesn't look strong, but his combat strength is amazing. How charming." The high-level earthly sovereign who caught Xianxia brought him back to Wan Yinshu's side. At this moment, Jiao Xian's face had been beaten into a pig's head, and his facial features were completely distorted. Seeing this scene, their faces turned ashen. Then, the high-level earthly sovereign put his finger into Jiao Xian's nostrils, and his expression changed as he said, "Grandmaster Wan Yinshu, Jiao Xian, he's dead?" What? Not only Wan Yinshu, but the other two earthly sovereigns beside him also cried out in alarm. Jiao Xian was a peak earthly sovereign, and among all the earthly sovereigns, his strength was at least in the top 500. How could he be beaten so badly by Ling Xiao, and even directly die? The surrounding earthly sovereigns looked at Ling Xiao in a different light. Wan Yinshu frowned and sighed softly. Looking at Ling Xiao in the sky, he said indifferently, "I hate it when people shit on my head. Meng Li, Meng Feng, kill him for me. Avenge Jiao Xian." The other two peak earthly sovereigns beside Wan Yinshu simultaneously pounced at Ling Xiao. One of them had the fire attribute, and the other had the wind attribute. They emitted a strong aura that was not inferior to Jiao Xian's. In fact, it was even stronger. "Boy, Dai, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed Jiao Xian," Meng Li shouted with a ferocious look on his face. The two wheels in his hands emitted bursts of powerful fiery light, and the fiery light formed fiery rings that wrapped around Ling Xiao. Meng Feng took the opportunity to use his wind wielder. A strong gust of wind blew around him, and the scorching rings of fire flew towards Ling Xiao with great speed. The terrifying ring of fire was like a comet, so fast that it was difficult to dodge. Meng Li and Meng Feng were brothers, and both of them practiced the combined attack technique. This attack was a combination of wind and fire, and even an opponent of the same level would have a hard time dodging it. Pung! Dozens of powerful rings of fire turned into a sea of fire, burning Ling Xiao within. The powerful flames seemed to form a world of fire. Meng Li was still adding fire's spiritual qi, and Meng Feng was cooperating with him to turn the momentum of the fire into a prairie fire. A large sea of fire formed in mid-air, as if it was burning the clouds and steaming the sky. Even a celestial master would be at a disadvantage if he were to take this move, let alone an earthly sovereign like you, Meng Li murmured confidently. Gu Jiaojiao's expression became incomparably worried. From Ling Xiao's battle, she knew that Ling Xiao cultivated the metal element, and the fire element just happened to restrain the metal element. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would commit suicide this time. However, the next moment, a strange scene appeared. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and shouted, "Absorb!" Whoosh! The powerful flames actually drilled into Ling Xiao's mouth at an extremely fast speed. What? How is this possible? He actually swallowed the flames? This can't be an illusion, right? How could he absorb the flames? This middle stage, earthly sovereign, is not simple. The surrounding earthly sovereigns all revealed expressions of even more horror than before. How could they believe that someone could swallow the flames? Only those almighty beings with the fire element would have such an ability. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only a middle stage earthly sovereign, and he cultivated the metal element. Everyone understood the principle that fire could restrain metal, but the scene in front of them made them unable to understand. The half-step sovereigns not far away revealed expressions of shock. Meng Li and Meng Feng's expressions were incomparably shocked, and they secretly cursed. What a freak! When the last wisp of flames entered Ling Xiao's mouth, he lightly smacked his lips and said, "The taste is really bad." The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Obviously, they were all shocked by this scene. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Meng Li and Meng Feng, and he said disdainfully, "If you have any other strong moves, just use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Meng Li and Meng Feng looked at each other and were about to make another move, but Wan Yinshu's voice stopped them. "Meng Li, Meng Feng, come back!" Wan Yinshu shouted. Meng Li and Meng Feng glared at Ling Xiao unwillingly, and then descended at the same time. Ling Xiao looked at Wan Yinshu with some astonishment. "Do I have to make a move myself?" After Meng Li and Meng Feng descended, Wan Yinshu flew up like a swallow, and he only stopped when he reached the same height as Ling Xiao. "How should I address you, brother? I am Wan Yinshu." Unexpectedly, Wan Yinshu's attitude changed, and he revealed a warm smile as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Those who didn't know better would think that Wan Yinshu was an amiable person. The surrounding people couldn't help but sigh at how fast Wan Yinshu's attitude changed. Ling Xiao couldn't quite get used to it, and he replied, "Ling Xiao of the Northwest. So it's Brother Ling. It's an honor to meet you." Wan Yinshu politely cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao, who was below, made a vomiting gesture and muttered, "What a disgusting person." The reason why she hated Wan Yinshu was because she felt that he was too fake and his character was too despicable. Ling Xiao didn't know what Wan Yinshu was playing at, and he bluntly replied, "Although I, Ling Xiao, have some fame, it's not at the level where you've been looking at me for a long time." Wan Yinshu didn't get angry, and he maintained a faint smile as he said, "Brother Ling, you must be joking. With your current strength, I'm afraid that you'll be one of the top 100 battle emperors. Jiao Jiao has indeed chosen an excellent ally." He paused for a moment, and then continued, "Brother Ling, it can be said that we didn't get to know each other through Discord. Here are a few pills to make up for my mistakes." As he spoke, a bottle flew out of Wan Yinshu's hand. Ling Xiao grabbed the bottle in his hand and opened the cap. A burst of strong pill fragrance instantly filled the air. Ling Xiao glanced at the medicinal pill that was flowing with sparkling and translucent spiritual energy and said, "Fifth stage living pill. Haha, you're quite knowledgeable. This is a living technique pill that I personally refined. I'm sure it will help your little brother recover faster," Wan Yinshu proudly said. "You refined it yourself? Are you a fifth-tier alchemist?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Wan Yinshu smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, Meng Li loudly said, "Grandmaster Wan Yin is a genius alchemist from the Wan Yin family in the Eastern Flame region. He successfully became a fifth-tier alchemist not long ago." Wan Yinshu lightly scolded Meng Li. "Meng Li, don't be so arrogant. I was just lucky." When he said this, his face was full of arrogance and complacency. For someone his age to become a fifth-tier alchemist, he was already a rare existence in the Central region. The people around him had followed him precisely because of his status. When the surrounding people learned of Wan Yinshu's identity, they were slightly moved. "So he's from the Wan Yin family. How can he be so arrogant? I don't think he's more than 50 years old, but he's already at the fifth tier. I'm afraid that only those alchemist families can compare to him. He's trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Could it be that he wants to recruit Ling Xiao? I don't think so. He might just be interested in Ling Xiao's strength and wants to form an alliance with him. So you're a fifth-tier alchemist. I've been disrespectful," Ling Xiao said with a strange smile. Wan Yinshu waved his hand and said, "It's just a fifth-tier alchemist. It's not worth mentioning. On the other hand, Brother Ling's strength is amazing and I admire it. I wonder if Brother Ling is interested in following me into the abyss of war." "Follow you?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Wan Yinshu replied, "That's right. As long as you follow me, I can immediately raise you to the high-level Earth Emperor realm." After he said that, a golden pill appeared in his hand, and a strong medicinal effect instantly spread out. This medicinal effect was clearly several times stronger than the medicinal effect of the living technique pill just now. Even people nearby could clearly smell it. This is a metal attribute Emperor Ascension pill. As long as you're willing to follow me, this pill is yours. Once I become a sixth-tier alchemist, it'll be easy for you to become a heavenly sovereign. What do you think, Brother Ling?" Wan Yinshu asked with a tempting expression. He felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. Had an Earth Emperor from the Northwest ever seen such a high-grade pill? Even if he had, he might not be able to obtain it. Moreover, with his status as an alchemist, Tenbin, he believed that any knowledgeable person would choose to follow him. Even Ling Xiao was no exception. Huh! Suddenly, a maniacal laughter rang out, and Yi Yunfeng's figure shot up into the sky. You're actually tempting my boss with such a trashy pill? I really don't know if you're retarded or crazy. Who was Ling Xiao? He was a 6th-tier alchemist. If he wanted to become a high-level Earth Emperor or a heavenly sovereign, it wouldn't be difficult for him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to rely on pills to advance. He wanted to rely on his own strength to advance. That way, he would be able to build a solid foundation. Yi Yanfeng knew Ling Xiao's background, so he couldn't help but laugh. In his eyes, how could Wanyan Shu compare to Ling Xiao? Wanyan Shu glanced at Yi Yanfeng, who had recovered, and ignored him. Instead, he continued to speak to Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, do you think the same as your little brother? This is the Emperor Ascension pill, and it's not easy to buy it even with Xian crystals. Moreover, my Wanyan family is a well-known family in the central region. It's not a disgrace for you to follow me. You better think carefully. It had to be said that Wanyan Shu had the ability to win people's hearts. His words were quite enticing. Ling Xiao chuckled and gently squeezed his hand. Bang! The living technique pill that Wanyan Shu had just given him turned into a pile of powder in his hand. This kind of pill is indeed too trashy. How dare you call it a 5th-tier pill? You're a disgrace to a 5th-tier alchemist. Even if you want to be my follower, you're not qualified, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Wanyan Shu's face instantly darkened, and he said gloomily, Ling Xiao, you really don't know what's good for you? Cut the crap. All of you can come at me together. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance, Ling Xiao said indifferently with a wave of his hand. Chapter 607. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to rely on Wanyan Shu, Ling Xiao crushed the 5th-grade elixir into powder. This made all the earthly sovereigns feel extremely pained. Even though they were all from big sects, this kind of 5th-grade elixir was not an ordinary commodity. They couldn't figure out whether Ling Xiao's backer was too strong or not. Or was Ling Xiao putting on an act and acting like a big shot? How could he be so dismissive of this high-grade elixir? Wanyan Shu hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless. He had actually destroyed his elixir in front of everyone. This was a blatant slap to his face. Moreover, Ling Xiao had said such ruthless words, which made the anger he had been suppressing soar. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The 3 of you attack together and kill him for me. Wanyan Shu, who had already shed all pretense of cordiality, instantly turned into a man-eating wolf. He immediately landed on the ground and shouted at the people around him. 3 powerful forces erupted in an instant. Meng Li, Meng Feng, and another person called Lan Chun attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. A majestic aura soared into the sky, creating a series of whistling sounds in the air. Fiery Wind Fiend, 9-hammer chain strike. Meng Li and Meng Feng also launched a joint attack. Thousands of fire arrow blades shot toward Ling Xiao. The speed of the fire arrow blades was as fast as a meteor. They were so fast and swift that it was impossible to defend against them. Lan Chun used a pair of hammers. She turned her body quickly, and the 9 hammer shadows, which were as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, smashed toward Ling Xiao. The 3 of them attacked with all their strength. They didn't dare to hold back because they already knew that Ling Xiao's combat strength was extraordinary. If they were careless, they would be the ones to die. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and muttered, I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of my heavy fist. Then, a series of afterimages flashed by. The fire arrow blades and heavy hammers all hit the afterimages, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao's real body. Ling Xiao's speed was comparable to a peak earthly sovereign when he only used Cloud Phantom. Coupled with a little wind attribute, his cultivation was already comparable to a half-step venerable. If he flew at full speed, even a low-level heavenly venerable might not be as fast as him. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't cause any trouble to Ling Xiao. After dodging these attacks, Ling Xiao pounced on Meng Li, who was the closest to him, with a fierce momentum. His golden fist blasted towards Meng Li. Big brother, be careful. Meng Feng was also a wind-type cultivator. He was barely able to see Ling Xiao's figure. At the same time, he thrust the spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored Meng Feng's attack and mercilessly punched Meng Li. After a few punches, Meng Li was sent flying, and Ling Xiao was stabbed a few times by Meng Feng. However, Meng Feng's spear light couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense. Ling Xiao turned around and pounced at Meng Feng. Meng Feng was shocked. The spear in his hand turned into countless spear shadows. He poured all the spirit energy in his body into it and shouted, "Even if you're made of iron, I'll kill you." Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Xiao turned into 4 shadows and attacked Meng Feng from different directions. These 4 figures were very realistic, making it difficult to tell which one was real. Bai Minsheng, who was watching the battle from afar, exclaimed, "Doppelganger?" Wen Huang shook his head and said no. His afterimages are different from our doppelganger techniques. Maybe he's not a single attribute, earthly sovereign. Could it be he's also wind attribute? Bai Minsheng guessed. Wen Huang nodded and said, "This kid is really a strong opponent." Meng Feng looked at Ling Xiao, who had been split into 4, and panicked. He didn't know which one he should attack. Bang bang. Meng Feng felt a pain in his back. His whole body was smashed to the ground from the sky. Lan Xin saw that Meng Li and Meng Feng were sent flying by Ling Xiao. She immediately called out, "Steel Armor Dragon, come out." A gigantic beast silhouette instantly appeared below Lan Xin. It was a Tier 5 armor dragon. However, the Steel Armor Dragon was an Earth attribute spirit beast. Moreover, it hadn't advanced to the 6th order, so it couldn't fly. It could only fight on the ground. Lan Xin naturally wouldn't choose to fight with Ling Xiao in the air. She instantly landed on the Steel Armor Dragon's back. "Brother Meng, how are you two?" Lan Xin quickly rode the Steel Armor Dragon to Meng Li and Meng Feng's side. The two of them stood up awkwardly. Meng Li glared at Ling Xiao and said, "We're fine. His fist energy is only SOSO. "That's right. We're not," Meng Feng echoed from his side. Unexpectedly, before Meng Feng could finish speaking, several powerful energies exploded from within his body. Bang bang. Not only Meng Feng, but even Meng Li, who was beside him, suffered the same fate. The two of them seemed to be dancing. Their bodies kept twisting and turning. Muffled sounds kept exploding, and bloody holes kept appearing on their bodies. Lan Xin, who was closest to them, was shocked by this scene and quickly retreated far away. How could this be? Meng Feng didn't understand what was going on. His body fell heavily to the ground. Meng Li's ending was no different from his. When they were hit by Ling Xiao, they felt a lot of pain and suffered some internal injuries. However, it wasn't as bad as they thought it would be. Who knew that their bodies would suddenly produce several terrifying destructive energies that directly blew up their internal organs? Lan Xin looked at the dead Meng Li and Meng Feng with a look of disbelief. He swallowed hard, and his mount seemed to sense its master's fear. It couldn't help but take a few steps back. Master Wanyan, what should we do?" Lan Xin asked Wanyan Shu. Wanyan Shu was also shocked by the strength Ling Xiao had displayed. For a moment, it was as if he didn't hear Lan Xin's cries. Master Wanyan! Master Wanyan!" Lan Xin called out repeatedly. "Stop shouting. I'll send you on your way. It'll be his turn soon," Ling Xiao said faintly as he appeared in front of the Steel Armor Dragon at some point. "Bastard! Steel Armor Dragon, kill him for me." Lan Xin knew that there was no way out. He might as well give it his all, and immediately shouted at the Steel Armor Dragon. The Steel Armor Dragon roared like a heavy truck. Its huge body twisted, and its huge tail swept towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's body was strong, he naturally couldn't fight a spirit beast that was famous for its strength without using his full strength. He leaped up lightly, and his golden fist punched towards Lan Xin, who was on the Steel Armor Dragon. Lan Xin had long since prepared his defenses. Layers of powerful earthy yellow nether protection force formed in front of him, and the Steel Armor Dragon also displayed its elemental defense. This was equivalent to having 2 layers of defense in front of Lan Xin. With such defenses, it would be difficult to hurt him unless it was a fierce attack from a spirit artifact. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ling Xiao, whose body was as strong as a spirit artifact. His golden fist carried a sharp edge, and it pierced through the layers of defense like a spiral drill. You want to kill me? You'll have to pay the price. Lanshan was also forced into a corner, and an exquisite arrow appeared in his hand. The arrow carried an incomparably strong, killing intent, and the few arrows emitted an incomparably sharp and bloodthirsty feeling. When Ling Xiao first saw this arrow, he felt a little scared. This is the hairy chasing arrow. A hairy chasing arrow that's comparable to a low-tier 7th spirit artifact? I didn't expect this person to be able to obtain such a rare spirit artifact. It seems that Ling Xiao isn't having a good time. Not bad. The hairy chasing arrow can track the enemy's aura until it hits the enemy. In the central region, only the high-tier spirit artifact master of the spiritual martial pavilion can forge this hairy chasing arrow. It's just that the materials needed are extremely rare, so there are only 5 of these hairy chasing arrows in the central region. Every arrow will be used up. The surrounding earthly kings all looked at the arrow in Lan Chen's hand enviously and discussed among themselves. From their words, it was obvious that they knew the origin of the hairy chasing arrow and its power. Wang Yanshu also didn't expect Lan Chen to have such a good item. He immediately licked his thick lips, and his eyes revealed a greedy look as he said, I have to think of a way to get this good item. Die. Lan Chen locked on a Ling Xiao's aura, and the hairy chasing arrow in his hand shot out a green arrow. Swoosh! The green arrow brought with it a dazzling light, and the arrowhead carried an incomparably sharp aura as it shot towards Ling Xiao. So fast, the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he immediately retreated. He had already sensed that this arrow was definitely not something simple. Although he was very confident in his body's defense, he didn't take this arrow as a joke. Ling Xiao's figure flashed repeatedly, trying to shake off the arrow. However, the arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, and it would automatically change direction and chase after Ling Xiao. No matter how Ling Xiao dodged, he couldn't shake off its pursuit. Haha, it's impossible to shake off the hairy chasing arrow. Lan Chen laughed proudly. Not far away, Gu Jiaojiao reminded him loudly, Brother Ling, that hairy chasing arrow can capture your aura. You have to find a way to destroy it. Gu Jiaojiao really wanted to help Ling Xiao, but she knew that a man's face was comparable to his dignity. If she made a move, it would damage Ling Xiao's face, and that would only make Ling Xiao feel disgusted. Therefore, she could only remind him, It can capture my aura? Ling Xiao murmured, his body still constantly flashing to avoid being hit by the hairy chasing arrow. If it was an ordinary Earth Emperor, or even a half-venerable, they would have been caught by the hairy chasing arrow's speed. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to last until now was all because of his cultivation of the wind attribute. Perhaps the ice and fire sword can destroy it, but it's not the time to use it. Ling Xiao secretly calculated in his heart. He didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of so many people. Perhaps this will work? Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of another plan. The aura on his body instantly retracted, shrinking from the original Earth Emperor to the King stage, then the Spirit Master. Finally, his aura completely disappeared. At this time, Ling Xiao had already landed on the ground. This was the ability to completely conceal one's aura after mastering the concealment technique. It was the most suitable technique for concealing one's strength, as well as for ambushes and assassinations. His aura, Lan Chen's expression suddenly turned ugly. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao's aura disappeared, the arrow seemed to have lost its direction. It actually lost its luster and fell from the sky. Chapter 608. Everyone was petrified when they saw the arrow shaft suddenly fall from the sky. They never expected that Ling Xiao would be able to completely retract his aura. He did not release any aura at all. It was as if his life had vanished. Lan Chen revealed a panicked expression. Could it be that he has a spiritual treasure that can conceal his aura? You don't have any more tricks up your sleeves, right? In that case, you can accompany them. Ling Xiao sneered as his figure began to move. Steel armor dragon, stop him. Lan Chen shouted anxiously. He then turned to Wan Yin Shu and shouted, Grandmaster Wan Yin, hurry up and help me. A powerful earthen wall formed around the steel armored dragon's body. At the same time, numerous earthen spikes protruded from the ground and pierced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao moved like the wind and lightning, directly ignoring the elemental attacks of the steel armored dragon. At the same time, powerful golden fists bombarded the steel armored dragon's defenses. Cracks gradually appeared on the thick earthen wall. It was obvious that the steel armored dragon's defenses could not withstand Ling Xiao's fierce attacks. 100 revolutions, exploding hammer. Lan Chen couldn't wait for Wan Yin Shu's help. Her body shot out from the armored dragon's body, and the heavy hammer in her hand produced a series of explosive sounds. The powerful hammer momentum was like a boulder rolling down, heavily pressing down on Ling Xiao. This powerful attack contained all of Lan Chen's power. This hammer strike could collapse a mountain. Even a peak earthly sovereign realm expert would not dare to block it head-on. Not a bad attack, but will it be of any use? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his body flew up like a wisp of smoke. No matter how powerful the hammer was, it could not even touch Ling Xiao's body. Enough. You could die now. Ling Xiao circled behind Lan Chen and moved his golden fists. Don't kill me. Lan Chen felt a chill at the back of his head. Boom! Lan Chen's head instantly exploded, and his brain exploded. His body fell heavily to the ground. Hiss! When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had once again deepened the ruthless killing methods of this middle-stage Earth Sovereign. Ling Xiao unceremoniously took the crossbow from Lan Chen's hands and carefully examined it. He smiled faintly and said, what a good thing. It can actually chase after an opponent until it's dead. Then, Ling Xiao equipped the hairy arrow crossbow and aimed the arrow at Wan Yin Shu, who was not far away. Wan Yin Shu's expression changed greatly, and he quickly shouted, Ling Xiao, you don't do anything rash. I'm from the Wan Yin family. If you kill me, my family will never let you off. Since Wan Yin Shu had made it into the top 10 of the minor competition, he was certainly not weak. However, after seeing how Ling Xiao had killed several people in a row, he felt that it would be very difficult for him to contend against Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao still had the hairy arrow centipede in his hands. Even an ordinary celestial venerable would have no choice but to flee if they encountered it. How could he escape with his current strength? Wan Yin family? I've never heard of it. But since you want to kill me, I can only kill you first. In any case, a trash like you is not qualified to fight in the chaotic abyss, Ling Xiao said faintly. Just as Ling Xiao shot the hairy arrow centipede at Wan Yin Shu, Gu Jiaojiao quickly rushed to Ling Xiao's side and said, Brother Ling, don't. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Jiaojiao in confusion and said, Miss Gu, could it be that you're pleading on his behalf? Gu Jiaojiao spat and said, How could that be? His death is not to be regretted, but Brother Ling, it's best if you don't kill him. The Wan Yin clan has a strong reputation in the central region, and even though they can't compare to the 18 great powers, they're still comparable to a 4th-grade sect. If you kill him, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Yes, Jiao Jiao is right. If you kill me, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, the Wan Yin family will find you and eliminate you. Wan Yin Shu immediately shouted. At this time, the surrounding earthly sovereigns all looked at Wan Yin Shu with disdain. Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all elites among the earthly sovereigns. They had all fought their way here. Now that they saw Wan Yin Shu's character, they felt disdain. However, they also knew the Wan Yin family's strength. If it were them, they might not dare to do anything to Wan Yin Shu. They also wanted to know if Ling Xiao would kill Wan Yin Shu or not. A family comparable to a 4th-grade sect, Ling Xiao smiled playfully and said to Wan Yin Shu, I can let you go, but if you can survive one of my arrows, I'll spare your life. Saying this, Ling Xiao shot the hairy arrow centipede at Wan Yin Shu. Whoosh! Bastard! Wan Yin Shu's expression changed, and he screamed. He hurriedly ran away while taking out a pill to increase his speed and stuffing it into his mouth. Then they saw Xianxia desperately flying through the ruins of the city. The surrounding earthly sovereigns all felt somewhat refreshed by Ling Zhao's bold behavior. "Brother Ling, you are too reckless." Gu Jiaojiao stamped her foot. She was angry that Ling Xiao didn't listen to her advice. The Wanyan family's strength was comparable to that of a fourth-rank sect. This might not be shocking enough, but they were a family that relied on the medicine sect, which was ranked at the top, to survive. This was enough to make everyone fearful. Gu Jiaojiao knew this, so she hoped that Ling Xiao would let Xianxia go. That way, he wouldn't have to offend the Wanyan family and the medicine sect. Now that things had turned out this way, Ling Xiao's days would not be easy. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and said, "Do you think that if I let Xianxia go, he won't remember what happened today?" Gu Jiaojiao was speechless when she heard Ling Xiao's question. That's right, with Xiao's vengeful personality, Ling Xiao would have a lot of trouble in the future. "Damn Ling Xiao, Xianxia will not let you go." Xianxia continued to flee as he cursed Ling Xiao 100 times in his heart. "Looks like I have no choice but to use this." Xianxia gritted his teeth, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This was a fire sword. The fire sword had strong elemental fluctuations, and the shadow of a spirit beast soared into the sky. Its huge flames lit up the sky. Xianxia held the fire sword in his hand and instantly turned around. He shouted, "Break for me." The fire sword slashed at the green arrow with a powerful aura. Boom! The fire sword and the arrow made contact, and a powerful explosion sounded. Puffed! Xiao's body was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away by the powerful force. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his feminine face turned pale. "Phew, I finally blocked it. This damned hare, chasing arrow centipede." Xianxia looked at the hare, chasing arrow centipede, which had been digested, and heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately took out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Immediately afterward, he looked at Ling Xiao and immediately found another place to land and recover his injured body. "Ling Xiao, just you wait. I will definitely kill you." Xianxia secretly made up his mind. Not far away, Ling Xiao saw Xianxia escape from death and murmured, "It seems like these guys have their own foundations." High-grade spirit weapons are also very common. Gu Jiaojiao said, "The most powerful earthly kings are gathered here. Most of them come from extraordinary forces, so it is not surprising that they are equipped with high-grade spirit weapons. After all, the imperial ranking competition does not only represent individual glory, but also the glory of each sect or clan. So that's how it is." Ling Xiao responded, then looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said, "I think Miss Gu comes from extraordinary force, right? Hee, you should call me Jiaojiao. After all, we are allies, aren't we?" Gu Jiaojiao smiled and did not answer. She just changed the topic. Looking at the sweet smile on Gu Jiaojiao's face, Ling Xiao had to admit that Gu Jiaojiao's pure charm was indeed enough to captivate one's soul. No wonder Yi Yunfeng was infatuated with her. Ling Xiao touched his nose and looked away. He called out to Yi Yunfeng, "Yunfeng, are you all right?" Yi Yunfeng walked over embarrassedly and said, "I'm sorry, boss. I embarrassed you." Yi Yunfeng really did not dare to look at Gu Jiaojiao. When he was in Blue Sun City, he was attracted by Gu Jiaojiao's pure and cute appearance. He had always had a good impression of Gu Jiaojiao, but just now he had been defeated by someone else in front of the woman he liked. Ling Xiao patted Yi Yunfeng's shoulder heavily and said, "This is nothing. The important thing is that after every battle, you will be able to absorb more battle experience. In the future, when you fight, your combat strength will be even more extraordinary." Ling Xiao also knew that if Yi Yunfeng did not use the Spirit Ascension art, it would be difficult for him to contend against those peak earthly emperors, so he did not blame him. When Yi Yunfeng completely comprehended the profound skill that the evil emperor had taught him and solved the weakness of the Spirit Ascension art, his growth would be much stronger than those of the same level. At this moment, A few sounds of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao raised his head and saw Wang Zhonghua, who had led the group here, and a few elders. All the earthly emperors respectfully greeted the 6 people with the cultivation of half-emperors. Greetings, lords. These people were all half-emperors from the 18 great powers. They were the referees and team leaders in charge of the imperial ranking tournament. The 6 half-emperors descended from the sky. The place where they landed was actually in front of Ling Xiao, causing the surrounding earthly emperors to be surprised. Child, your name is Ling Xiao? A short and fat old man looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao looked at the short and fat old man's strange gaze, and his neck slightly shrank. This old fellow can't have taken a fancy to this young master, right? Although he thought this in his heart, he still cupped his hands and said, "This junior is indeed Ling Xiao." Good, very good. Are you willing to join my sword-splitting sect? The short and fat old man went straight to the point. This time, the surrounding earthly emperors all looked at Ling Xiao with envy. The sword-splitting sect was one of the 18 great powers. It was a third-grade sect with an illustrious reputation in the central region. They had not expected that the sword-splitting sect would take a fancy to Ling Xiao. There is nothing good in the sword-splitting sect. Why don't you join our Ouyang family? We can guarantee that you will become a high-level earthly emperor in a year and a heavenly venerable in 10 years. Another half-emperor old man said with narrowed eyes. Ling Xiao, you should choose our Gu family. Our Gu family mainly cultivates the metal attribute, which is suitable for your future development. Another half-emperor old man said. Chapter 609. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by the quasi-emperor's questions. He couldn't understand why these old fellows would suddenly invite him. After some internal conflict, he finally came to a conclusion. Although he had deliberately hidden his strength, a handsome and eye-catching man like him was like a glowing firefly on a dark night. He was so bright and outstanding that he couldn't hide his strength no matter what. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really narcissistic and arrogant. Wang Zhongqiu's words cut off the quasi-emperor's words. Brothers, don't be anxious. Let's listen to Ling Xiao's opinion. You can't force him to sell or buy. However, Ling Xiao, joining our wondrous heaven pavilion might be the best choice for you. The short fatty curled his lips and said, Old Qiu, you told us not to be anxious, but you're also impolitely helping your wondrous heaven pavilion recruit someone. Haha, Brother Wang is right. Let's let this kid choose. Another quasi-emperor stroked his beard and smiled. He looked at Ling Xiao with a flirtatious expression. Ling Xiao felt the gazes of the old man, and his internal organs felt like they were being turned upside down. This group of old fools. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and then said, I appreciate your good intentions, but Ling Xiao's strength is too low. I'm afraid I'll disappoint your good intentions. Why don't we wait until the Battle of the Chaotic Abyss is over? If Ling Xiao doesn't come out of the Chaotic Abyss, wouldn't it be a loss of face for you? The quasi-emperors hesitated when they heard Ling Xiao's words. The Chaotic Abyss was indeed filled with dangers. Even if Ling Xiao's strength wasn't weak, whether or not he could come out alive depended not only on strength, but also luck. In the end, Wang Zhongqiu said, that's right. Let's wait until the Battle of the Chaotic Abyss is over before making a decision. I hope he can come out in one piece. The chubby half-emperor smacked his lips and said, You're right, kid. I hope you get good results. With that, he and Wang Zhonghua took the lead and flew away, followed by the other elders. After the quasi-emperors left, Gu Jiaojiao's face flushed red as she angrily said to Ling Xiao, Is there something wrong with your head? You actually refused their invitation. That's an enormous, fortuitous encounter. Gu Jiaojiao had a bitter and hateful look on her face, as if she felt that Ling Xiao had just made a very wrong decision. The surrounding earthly emperors also cast jealous and pitiful looks at Ling Xiao. Most of them came from various forces, and a portion of them were rogue, earthly, sovereign realm cultivators. They participated in the imperial ranking tournament not only to make a name for themselves in the central region, but also to catch the attention of the 18 great forces. If they could join one of the great forces, they could cultivate and grow under the protection of the great forces. To them, this was a very good choice. However, this choice was ignored by Ling Xiao. This made them feel that Ling Xiao was too insensible and arrogant. Ling Xiao did not respond to Gu Jiaojiao's rebuke. His expression only became serious as he said, "I will walk my own path. They are not the path that I want to walk." When Ling Xiao got serious, there was a kind of majestic aura that emanated from him without being angry. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Ling Xiao's serious expression, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. Her beautiful eyes gradually became infatuated. Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, noticed the change in Gu Jiaojiao, and a sour feeling emerged in his heart. He secretly decided, "One day I will surpass boss." Back then, he chose to follow Ling Xiao because he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao one day. However, the more he understood Ling Xiao, the more he realized that Ling Xiao's strength was unfathomable, causing him to lose confidence. Now his fighting spirit was once again awakened. At this moment, a few people walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, Gu Jiaojiao, and Yi Yunfeng all knew these people because they were their teammates who had come to the Abyss of War with them. The leader was a young man dressed in purple. This young man's purple hair looked very dazzling, and his determined face revealed a bit of arrogance and domineeringness. He strode forward like a dragon and a tiger, his aura oppressive, as if he was a natural leader, causing others to be subdued. Occasionally, there were traces of lightning flashing around his body, making him look extremely extraordinary. Beside him was a woman with a peerless temperament. This woman had bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and an elegant bearing. She walked with elegant steps like a dazzling pearl, giving off a dazzling feeling. She was a bit more beautiful than Gu Jiaojiao, appearing mature and charming. Gu Jiaojiao, on the other hand, was more pure and pleasant. The two were like orchids in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn, each with their own strengths. Behind these two people, there were two middle-aged peak earthly emperors. These four people were Tuoba Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Zhu Mao, and Cheng Yongping. These people were the top 10 earthly emperors who had advanced with Ling Xiao's group. Ling Xiao looked at the four newcomers with a puzzled expression. "Are they here to cause trouble?" he thought to himself. With a smile on his face, Tuoba Yuan cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling's elegance is truly admirable." Ling Xiao returned the greeting. "Brother Tuoba is too kind. I wonder what Brother Tuoba is here for?" Although they were all in the top 10, Ling Xiao didn't know any of them. He really didn't know what this Tuoba Yuan was planning. I'm here in hopes that Brother Ling, Lady Gu, and Brother Yi can join us and challenge the Abyss of War together. How about it?" Tuoba Yuan said to Ling Xiao with a faint smile. His tone, however, revealed an unquestionable attitude, as if he was a superior talking to a subordinate, which made people feel very displeased. Ling Xiao frowned and said directly, "Brother Tuoba, I'm used to being lazy and don't like to travel with others. I'm sorry." Tuoba Yuan's expression changed slightly, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. "Brother Ling, there are many talented earthly emperors from all over the world. They will all form teams to challenge the Abyss of War together. This way, we can have more help and reduce the danger. At the same time, it's not impossible for us to enter the Imperial Warrior list or the Imperial Killer list. Brother Ling, have you thought it through?" Ling Xiao waved his hand. "Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Tuoba. I, Ling Xiao, don't have a big goal. The titles of Imperial Warrior and Imperial Killer have nothing to do with me. I just want to walk around and not be a burden to Brother Tuoba." He muttered in his heart, "What does Imperial Warrior and Imperial Killer have to do with me? My goal is the first Imperial Warrior." Tuoba Yuan's expression turned slightly ugly when he heard Ling Xiao's two rejections. Gu Mingzhu looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said, "Sister Jiaojiao, why don't you come with us? Under Brother Tuoba's lead, we will definitely be able to enter the Imperial Warrior list." Gu Mingzhu was beautiful and her voice was very sweet, making people feel comfortable just by listening to her. Gu Jiaojiao glanced at Ling Xiao, then said to Gu Mingzhu, Sister Mingzhu, thank you for your good intentions. This time, I plan to be Brother Ling's ally. Gu Mingzhu narrowed her beautiful eyes. With just the three of you, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far. I don't have any big goals like Brother Ling. Two shallow dimples appeared on Gu Jiaojiao's face. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly said, Miss Gu, I think you should follow them. Gu Jiaojiao was startled. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, what do you mean? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Because I plan to enter the chaotic abyss of war alone. He then looked at Yin Feng and said, Yin Feng, you can join them, or you can go alone. It's your choice. With that, Ling Xiao cupped his hands at everyone, turned around, and sat down quietly. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the determined Ling Xiao and stomped her feet. She revealed a slightly angry expression and said, Despicable fellow. Yi Yinfeng looked at Gu Jiaojiao and hesitated for a moment. I'll also go alone like boss. With that, he also walked towards Ling Xiao. As Tuoba Yuan watched the two of them leave, an almost imperceptible look of anger flashed across his tiger-like eyes. He thought to himself, what an insensible fellow. I hope I don't bump into you inside, otherwise if... Tuoba Yuan cultivated the thunder attribute, and his attack power was something that even a heavenly venerable would be wary of. He originally thought that he could use his name to rope in Ling Xiao and the others, but he didn't expect to be rejected. This made him very unhappy. However, he wasn't as arrogant as Wanyan Shu, and he knew how to endure when doing things. Gu Mingzhu once again invited Gu Jiaojiao to join them. Gu Jiaojiao had no choice but to join Tuoba Yuan's camp. After all, in the chaotic abyss of war, it wasn't as simple as fighting. If she didn't have any allies, she would lose her life if she was careless. In the next 3 days, many people arrived in the ruined city. These people were also the top 10 earthly emperors from various places. Currently, there were more than 800 earthly emperors in the ruined city. Due to the sudden increase in the number of people, various groups also began to rope in their allies. As a result, battles were issued in these 3 days, and more than 10 people were kicked out in advance. In the end, the 800 people were divided into more than 10 groups. The largest group had 36 people, and the smallest group had 15 people. There were also a few rebellious people who didn't join any of the groups. As a result, they offended some people, but their strength shocked others. In the end, no one dared to have any ideas about them. Yuan Zhantian, who came with Ling Xiao, also didn't choose to join any of the groups. This weakest earthly emperor became the most dazzling scene among the hundreds of people. Even Ling Xiao wasn't as eye-catching as this dull guy. In the past few days, Ling Xiao had been keeping an eye on Yuan Zhantian. He realized that ever since he arrived, Yuan Zhantian had been quietly cultivating and hadn't spoken a word to anyone. Other than Tuoba Yuan, who had invited him once, the other groups weren't interested in Yuan Zhantian. After all, they all thought that a low-level earthly emperor could be extremely powerful. If Yuan Zhantian joined their group, he would only be a burden. Ling Xiao thought to himself, this guy really has a personality. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Finally, it was time to head into the depths of the chaotic abyss of war. It was also on this day that the younger generation of the 18 major powers finally arrived. Chapter 610. 1 pavilion and 2 gates shook the heavens and the earth. 3 families and 4 sects shook the mountains and rivers, and 8 forces gathered to create a storm. These 18 great powers represented the highest powers in the Central Territory, and they were like 18 pillars that supported the heavens that were distributed throughout the Central Territory. All the powers looked up to them, and all the people yearned for them. 1 pavilion and 2 gates. Spirit Martial Pavilion, Black Demon Sect, Medicine Sect. 3 families. Dongfang Ancient Family, Ouyang Ancient Family, and Shangwan Ancient Family. 4 sects. Purple Thunder Sect, Broken Sword Sect, Wanhua sect, and Ghost Nether sect. 8 forces, Gu, Lu, Gu, Bu, and Feng ancient families, as well as Spirit Night Palace, Mysterious Heaven Pavilion, and Yin Yang God sect. They were the organizers of every imperial ranking tournament, and they also enjoyed special privileges. Every sect and family did not need to participate in the small competition, and each of them had 10 representatives to participate in this year's imperial ranking tournament. In other words, the 18 forces had already reserved 180 spots in advance. Their appearance had also attracted the attention of many emperors. The 18 great forces are finally here? What a big shot. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked them to be so powerful? I must get a good result in this year's imperial ranking tournament and join any of them. I think you're daydreaming. Don't even think about entering the top 100 war emperors. That's right. Every time, half of the 100 war emperors belong to the 18 great forces. It's not easy to enter the top 100. The emperors felt the arrival of more than 10 powerful auras. Their apertures were whispering, and their expressions were filled with yearning. Swoosh, swoosh. Strong sounds of wind breaking could be heard as they flew over at an astonishing speed. Soon after, 10 young people appeared in front of the emperors. These 10 young people were all wearing the same uniform, and there was an ancient character printed on the back of the uniform. Anyone who studied ancient characters will be able to recognize the character Lu at a glance. These 10 people were the Earth Emperors from the ancient Lu family. Among the 10 of them, there were 8 men and 2 women. 2 of them were at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm, 6 were at the high level of the Earth Emperor realm, and the other 2 were at the mid-level of the Earth Emperor realm. Although this lineup did not seem particularly powerful, no one dared to underestimate the new generation of the 18 major forces. This was because their combat power was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was very normal for them to fight above their level. The 2 peak earthly sovereign realm experts were a man and a woman. The man had an extraordinary appearance, while the woman was graceful and graceful. Anyone who saw them would feel their eyes light up. Those guys are always the last to arrive. The man glanced at the earthly king in the ruined city indifferently. His face was filled with arrogance as he spoke indifferently. The woman was also like an arrogant princess. She lightly nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if we come early or late. The key is still our own methods. Little Sister Shuang, this time we must obtain the 2 imperial exterminator positions for our family," the man said with a fanatical expression. The woman shook her head and said, "It would be good if one of us could take the title of imperial exterminator. They are not easy to deal with." Right at this moment, dozens of whooshing sounds could be heard. 3 groups of people and 30 earthly sovereign realm experts flew over from afar with a powerful aura. "Lu Ming, Lu Shuang, I didn't expect you to come this time." Good, good. It seems that your Lu family does not have any outstanding talents." A loud voice with a hint of mockery could be heard from afar. As soon as the voice faded, the person had already arrived in front of the people from the Lu family. The 10 earthly sovereign realm experts of the Lu family all revealed expressions of anger. "I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be you, a prodigal general. How dare you yell in front of me?" Lu Ming's expression was cold as he mocked. The person who had rushed over was also a young man. His appearance was slightly inferior to Lu Ming, but he had also reached the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. His aura was not inferior to Lu Ming's at all. This was Gu Qingfeng, a disciple of the Gu family. An unnatural expression flashed across Gu Qingfeng's face, but he did not get angry. He said, "Haha, I lost to you by a move or 2, but your Lu family does not have an imperial exterminator. You have really lost face for the Lu family. Gu Qingfeng, if you have the ability, let's fight right now. Let's see what your Gu family can do this time." Lu Ming seemed to have been pinched in his sore spot. He shouted with an ashen face, "Brother Lu, Brother Gu, you are the previous imperial exterminators. It is really beneath our status to make a ruckus here." A blue-robed man with a powerful attribute light landed in front of the 2 and tried to persuade them. This person had an ordinary appearance, but a strong aura gave people a feeling that he was not angry. I didn't expect Brother Ouyang to come this time. Lu Ming squinted at the ordinary-looking man and said, "With Brother Ouyang here, it seems that we will not have share in the title of Imperial Exterminator this time." Gu Qingfeng said with a fawning expression, "How lively. I wonder if Brother Ouyang still recognizes me." A short middle-aged man holding a black fan walked out from the crowd and said with a smile, "So it's Brother Li. Didn't you say that it was the last time you participated in the competition? Why are you here this time?" The man from the Ouyang family looked at the short man and said with a smile. His expression was full of disdain. The short, middle-aged man laughed and said, This is really the last time I participate in the competition. This old man is already over 90 years old. I can't compete with you young people. But this time, we're not the main characters. Our saint and saintess will show the divine power of our yin-yang sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a man and a woman descended from the back. The man was extraordinarily handsome, dressed in a white robe, showing off his tall and slender figure. The woman's veil was light and graceful, her body like fire and snake, making one's mouth dry. That veil was half covering her face, matching the alluring beauty of the saying, like holding a pipa, half covering one's face. These two people were the saint and saintess of the yin-yang sect. Their strength was at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. At this time, the Lu family, Gu family, Ouyang family, and the yin-yang sect had already arrived in the ruined city. The people they were talking to had already participated in the Imperial List tournament 10 years ago. Now that they had made a comeback, it was obvious that they were determined to win this time's Imperial List tournament. The 10 Earth Emperor realm of the Gu family consisted of 7 men and 3 women. There were 3 peak Earth Emperor realm, 5 high-level Earth Emperor realm, and 2 mid-level Earth Emperor realm. The Ouyang family had 5 peak Earth Emperor realm and 5 high-level Earth Emperor realm. They were currently the most powerful family. Their family strength was also the most powerful among the 4 forces. The yin-yang sect was at the bottom of the 18 major forces. However, no one could underestimate their strength. They had 3 peak Earth Emperor realm, 4 high-level Earth Emperor realm, and 3 mid-level Earth Emperor realm. Then, dozens of wind-breaking sounds were heard. Needless to say, these are the younger generation from the 18 major forces. Half a day later, 13 of the 18 major forces had arrived. The Spiritual Martial Pavilion, the Black Demon Sect, the Medicine Sect, the Dongfang family, and the Feng family had yet to arrive. The 13 forces had already occupied the best positions. The Earth Emperor realm that originally occupied the best positions had no choice but to give way. At present, the most powerful forces were the Shangguan family and the Purple Thunder sect. They each had 6 peak Earth Emperor realm and 4 high-level Earth Emperor realm. The Sword-Breaking sect, the Wanhua sect, the Gu family, the Bu family, the Lingxiao Palace, and the Mysterious Heaven Pavilion were not inferior to the Lu family and the Gu family. They were slightly comparable to the Ouyang family. However, their combat effectiveness was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Swoosh! Not far from the horizon, another wind-breaking sound broke the silence. Like the wind and lightning, figures quickly flew toward the ruined city. Their speed was the fastest among all the forces. Needless to say, they must be from the Feng family that specialized in the wind attribute. Haha, I've made everyone wait for a long time. I'm really sorry. Please don't take offense. A hearty laugh rang out. Before the voice faded away, a wind shadow had already appeared in front of the crowd. This man looked to be around 35 years old. He had bright eyebrows and an extraordinary bearing. His scattered hair made him look unruly and unrestrained. He held a wine jug in his hand, and from time to time, he would pour a few mouthfuls of strong wine into his mouth. As soon as this person landed, many women couldn't help but cry out in surprise. It was obvious that they were attracted by this man's demeanor and demeanor. Brother Feng's demeanor is even better than before. I didn't expect that you would be willing to wander back for this year's Imperial Ranking Tournament. That's right. With Brother Feng's strength, you should have participated in the last tournament. Now, you're competing with us for rankings. Doesn't Brother Feng view fame and fortune as fleeting clouds? This man from the Feng clan was obviously very popular. The Earth Emperor from the other great powers all came forward to greet him. This man was the genius of the Feng clan, Feng Wuing. His speed could be said to be invincible within the same level. He was a romantic and unruly person who loved to drink as much as his life. He liked to wander among the flowers, but his cultivation, Bin, was the most outstanding descendant of the Feng clan in the past 1,000 years. The person he worshipped the most was the romantic evil emperor of the 4 great legends. The 18 great powers would have some exchanges every few years. So many earthly emperors knew each other. Feng Wuing was the kind of person who didn't compete with others and had a kind personality, so he was very popular. Faced with many questions, Feng Wuing smiled and said, "I came to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament this time just to see the elegance of my brothers, and at the same time to look up at the elegance of the many beauties. You can pretend that I don't exist." After he finished speaking, he poured another mouthful of strong, fragrant wine into his mouth, looking indescribably free and easy. This time, the Feng clan had a total of 6 men and 4 women. 3 of them were peak earthly emperors, 6 were high-level earthly emperors, and 1 was an intermediate earthly emperor. When the 2 women from the Feng clan landed in the city, they immediately attracted the attention of all the emperors. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of infatuation. One of the women was graceful and noble, and her charm was unparalleled. Her mature and charming figure was even more outstanding than Gu Mingzhu's, and her peerless appearance caused many women to pale in comparison. The other woman's features seemed as if they were exquisitely carved, and she was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world from the 9 heavens. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and every single one of her expressions caused others to be enchanted. Her exquisite figure was similarly too beautiful to behold. The appearance of these 2 women caused Ling Xiao, who was sitting not far away, to be moved. "It's actually them. It seems like this trip won't be lonely," Ling Xiao murmured with a faint smile. Chapter 611. Sister Yaxin, these people are so strong. The woman in snow-white satin said to the woman in green satin as she sensed the powerful auras of the earthly sovereigns around her. The girl in blue held the hand of the girl in white and said, "It's fine. We'll just treat this as training. Plus, they look strong, but they're not that scary." Haha, Yaxin is right. Xian, don't be nervous. With my cousin here, no one can hurt you, Feng Wuing said while drinking. "I didn't expect you to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament as well. You've really added a lot of color to the tournament." A handsome young man dressed in a golden robe with dragon patterns on it stepped forward and said to Feng Yaxin. His eyes were filled with undisguised love. This handsome young man was wrapped in golden light, as if there were invisible little golden dragons swimming around him. He looked exceptionally noble, giving people a kind of overbearing temperament of a superior. This person was the leader of the Gu clan, Gu Yufei. He was a peak earthly king. From the look in his eyes, it could be seen that he was deeply in love with Feng Yaxin. Feng Yaxin was disgusted by Gu Yufei's eyes, but she wouldn't lose her composure so easily. She replied, "Gu Yufei, you must be joking. Even if Yaxin isn't here, my sister and the other sisters will definitely add a lot of color to the tournament." Gu Yufei forced a smile and then looked at the woman in white. His eyes flashed with amazement as he thought to himself, when did the Feng clan have another beauty like this? She's not any worse than Feng Yaxin. And this lady is? Gu Yufei asked in a gentlemanly manner. "Ha, Brother Gu, are you thinking about this lady again? You'll hurt Yaxin." Lu Ming laughed as he walked out from the back. One could feel the mockery in his tone towards Gu Yufei. It seemed like he was thinking about Feng Yaxin as well. Gu Yufei glared at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, don't be so sarcastic. I'm just curious about this lady's identity. I wonder when did the Feng family have this Kongli?" Soon after, a few outstanding youths from various sects and clans came over to the Feng clan side and enthusiastically chatted with them. It was clear that a portion of them came for Feng Xianxia, and a portion of them were attracted by the white-clothed girl next to her. They all wanted to seize the opportunity to capture the girl's heart. However, the woman still had a cold expression on her face, giving off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. Swoosh! The sound of 10 more energy fluctuations could be heard. 10 figures brought out 10 rainbows of flames as they swept across the sky. Their imposing manner was extremely fierce. Before they even arrived, they gave off a scorching feeling. The 10 of them descended from the sky, and the powerful aura of the flames forced many people to scatter. These 10 people were also wearing the same clothes, but the clothes they wore were different from ordinary martial arts clothes. This was because they were all wearing the black robes of alchemists. On the back of the robes, there was a blazing sun embroidered, appearing dazzling. They're from the medicine sect. That's right, they're disciples of the medicine sect. You could tell just by looking at their clothes. What a powerful aura. There's actually 8 peak earthly emperors and 2 high-level earthly emperors. None of them are below the high level. I recognize the leader. He's Hua Hao from a medicine sect. He was already a 5th-grade alchemist 2 years ago. He's only 32 this year, and his alchemy tenbin is very outstanding. I also recognize the beauty beside him. She's Hui Xiangming, a famous little pepper. However, her alchemy tenbin isn't inferior to Hua Hao's. She's also a 5th-grade alchemist. The people from medicine sect descended. They weren't like the other great powers, who chatted and chatted with others. Instead, they all sat down cross-legged, giving off a feeling that they were 1,000 miles away. This was the reason why they were ranked 3rd. All of the great powers were already used to their behavior, but there were a few people who looked displeased. The earthly emperors of the 14 great powers couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Who would have thought that the medicine school wouldn't send anyone from the previous generation, but they're actually much more powerful than us. Fortunately, they've all used medicinal pills to increase their strength, so their battle prowess isn't that much higher than ours. Even so, the medicine sect is proficient in controlling fire, and the power of their fire palms is extraordinary. It's better to be careful. That's right. In the last tournament, they obtained 2 Imperial Exterminators, which is second only to the Martial Spirit Pavilion and the Black Demon sect. If I don't have some strength, then I wouldn't be a disciple of the medicine sect. But this time, I'll definitely obtain the title of Imperial Exterminator. Just as the people from the medicine sect sat down, a figure scuttled out from the side and actually ran toward the people from the medicine sect. Cousin Wufeng, is that you? The figure called out to a peak earthly emperor from the medicine sect. The figure was none other than Wanyan Shu, who had been bullied by Ling Xiao previously. The leader of the medicine sect, Hua Hao, frowned at Wanyan Shu's sudden arrival and expressed his dissatisfaction. The man called Hua Feng cast an apologetic look at Hua Hao and then said to Wanyan Shu, "Cousin, if you have anything to say, let's talk over there." Wanyan Shu stole a glance at Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming before shrinking his head and walking away with Hua Feng. So many people. I wonder if it'll be more fun this time. The only woman in the medicine sect, Hua Xiangming, murmured as she curiously looked around at the people around her. This woman was dressed differently from the other 9 people. A set of fiery red armor covered her devil-like body in a flawless manner. The places that should be large were rather large, and it was as if the armor could not block her peerless, lethal weapon. Her round and perky, but was filled with incomparable elasticity, causing one's blood to rapidly surge. Her 2 slender and smooth legs were so dazzling that everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Xiangming, we're not here to play. This time, you have to be more serious. We must surpass those fellows in the dark," Hua Hao warned Hua Xiangming. "Don't worry. With me here, they can only run away," Hua Xiangming confidently said as she patted her majestic bosom. "You little girl, it's always good to be more cautious." Hua Hao knew Hua Xiangming's temperament, so he smiled bitterly and did not say anything else. At this moment, another 10 people rushed over with the sound of rushing wind. "Everyone, I'm sorry. My Dongfang family is late." A rough voice reverberated through the ruined city like a morning bell. 10 silhouettes landed in the ruined city. They were the people from the Dongfang family. The man in the lead was as strong as an iron tower. His tall figure made people feel as if they were looking down on all the mountains. His arms, which seemed to be cast from iron, gave people an explosive feeling. It was as if his arms could burst out with a terrifying power that could destroy mountains and split the earth at any moment. This person was the leader of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Xiao. He looked somewhat mature, and he was also at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm. There was a woman beside him who was in stark contrast to him. This woman was gorgeously dressed, and her delicate face was like a flower. She was extremely beautiful, and a pair of phoenix eyes revealed a soul-stirring expression, causing the wolves around her to be infatuated. Her body was slim and graceful, and her skin was exquisite and flawless. She was even more of a delightful sight. Her appearance also attracted the fervent attention of many young talents from the great forces. This woman was called Dongfang Jing, and she had the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor. Now, besides the martial spirit court and the Black Demon sect, there were already people from the 16 great forces present. Among these 16 great forces, there were 11 women who were like pearls, which added a lot of color to the ruined city. These 11 women were Feng Yaxin from the Feng family and the woman in white beside her, Lu Shuang from the Lu family, the saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, Gu Xiao from the Gu family, Bu Qin from the Bu family, Hua Fei Xue, and Hua Piaoyu from the Wanhua sect, Shengwan Ping from the Shengwan family, Huxiang Ming from the Medicine sect, and Dongfang Jing from the Dongfang family. These women were like the queen of flowers, standing in the ruined city. They were incomparably beautiful and moving. They had also become the targets of the young talents of the various great powers to get to know each other. As time passed, the people of the Black Demon sect finally arrived. 10 Earth Emperor realm experts, who exuded a strong dark attribute, arrived in a domineering manner, causing the surrounding Earth Emperor realm experts to reveal a look of fear. The young man in the lead was dressed in a set of black armor, and his arrogant hair casually scattered like a shadow in the wind. His handsome face, which would make even women jealous, carried a strong, evil aura, and his faint smile outlined a charming demeanor. The evil temperament of this young man not only did not make people feel annoyed, but also attracted many women to exclaim in surprise. Even the previous Feng Wuying was a notch weaker than this young man in terms of temperament. This was because this young man's every movement carried a superior aura, causing people to have an irresistible urge to submit. Is that the new devil son of this generation of the Black Demon sect? He's so young, but he's only a middle-level Earth Emperor. Well, every generation of devil son of the Black Demon sect has to go through cruel battles to be qualified. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's a middle-level Earth Emperor. I'm afraid that even a demigod venerable might not be able to do anything to him. That's right, the people of the Black Demon sect can't be judged by ordinary standards. Whoosh, whoosh. Another 10 wind-breaking sounds rang out. 7 men and 3 women, like heavenly soldiers and generals descending to the mortal world, walked over from afar with mysterious steps. Their movements looked so slow, but the speed at which their figures flashed was not much worse than the average person with the wind attribute. These 10 people did not wear a uniform, nor did they wear luxurious clothes. The only thing that caught people's attention was the simple and unadorned Wu embroidered on their chests. Every stroke of the word Wu seemed to carry some kind of meaning, giving people a feeling that it was full of mystery and vicissitudes. These 10 people were the 10 great Earth Emperors sent by the martial spirit court. These 10 martial artists at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm were the forces sent by the martial spirit court. On the surface, they had already suppressed many forces. Only the 9 peak Earth Emperors of the Black Demon sect and the 8 peak Earth Emperors of the Medicine sect were slightly closer in number. From this, it could be seen that the martial spirit court was not just for show. They were also the ones who won the first Emperor position in the previous session. Chapter 612. The 10 youths from the martial spirit court all had indifferent expressions on their faces, but their eyes were filled with incomparable arrogance. Even when they looked at the earthly kings from the other 17 forces, they had the same attitude. Standing at the front of the 10 was a young man dressed in hemp clothing. This young man was not particularly outstanding, but his looks were very pleasing to the eye. He was the kind of person that people would find extraordinary the more they looked at him. His clothing was very strange. His hemp clothing was extremely old, and there were a few small holes on it. He wore a pair of simple straw sandals that exposed his feet. He looked like the kind of clothes that the poorest commoners would wear. If he walked among the common people, no one would think that he was an expert of the earthly sovereign realm. Instead, they would think that he was an ordinary young man next door, giving people a feeling that he was approachable. But now, he was among the earthly sovereigns of various forces. His clothes seemed to be the simplest. To put it bluntly, it was the ugliest and the most tasteless. But standing here, he gave people a feeling that he was one with the world. No one dared to look down on this man who looked like a poor child. He should be the new generation's monster from the martial spirit court. He really is as strange as the rumors say. It is said that he is only 28 years old this year. His cultivation level has been cultivated by himself, and he has never taken any medicinal pills to advance. That's right. The title of First Emperor will definitely belong to him. That's right. With this monster here, the other geniuses can only serve as a foil. With the arrival of the various forces, the city began to boil because the battle of the chaotic abyss was about to begin. On this road to becoming a martial emperor, who would stand out and become the new generation's war emperor, killer emperor, and the supreme first emperor? Or perhaps some genius would die in the chaotic abyss and be buried in the abyss, forever disappearing from everyone's sight? More than 10 figures appeared in the sky above the various emperors, and they all bowed respectfully. A black-robed elder took a step forward, and a powerful aura enveloped the sky above the city. The aura formed an invisible light screen that tightly wrapped the city. This black-robed old man was a mystic Tier super expert. The old man's eyes flashed with indifference as he said, "You are all the most outstanding emperors from all over the world. You have experienced many battles to reach this point, and you have achieved the title of Thousand Emperors. However, this is not enough to prove your strength. If you want to be famous in the central region, you need to prove your strength in the Thousand Emperors. Tenbin, the Abyss of War, is your path to becoming an emperor." He paused for a moment before continuing. The time limit for entering the Abyss of War is 1 year. The one who finds the most emperor pills in this year will be the champion. The rest will be determined based on the number of pills you find. Once you are inside, you will not be restricted. No matter what power the others are from, you do not need to worry about them. No matter what methods you use, as long as you achieve your goal, it will be fine. Understood? Everyone replied in unison. Monarch pill? What kind of medicinal pill is that? Ling Xiao murmured in a daze. Boss, you don't even know what a monarch pill is? Yi Yanfeng asked curiously. Ling Xiao shook his head. He only knew that there was a type of 7th-level mystic Tharch pill, but he did not know if this monarch pill was that elixir. Yi Yanfeng was a little speechless. He immediately explained. The monarch pill is the dantian left behind by the mystic Tharch after his death. It is called the monarch pill. Countless mystic thearchs from the 4 great empires have died in the Abyss of War. Naturally, there will be monarch pills hidden here. We just need to collect these monarch pills. However, I have heard that there are vengeful spirits, remnant spirits, and even the obsessions of the previous almighty beings. Therefore, it is not easy to collect these monarch pills. Even if we collect the monarch pills, whether we can protect them or not depends on our own abilities. Ling Xiao finally understood. He finally knew that these monarch pills were formed from the dantian of the mystic Tharch after his death. Listening to Yi Yunfeng's last words, the most worrisome thing was not the dangers in the Abyss of War. Instead, it was the other emperors who had entered the Abyss of War with them. After all, fighting for monarch pills was the fastest way to earn money. At the same time, Ling Xiao also remembered what this monarch pill was. The 7th-level Mystic the Archpill was a heaven-defying pill that could allow a peak heavenly venerable to break through to the Arch tier. However, after consuming the Mystic the Archpill, the chances of breaking through would only increase by 30%. However, if the Monarch Pill was added during the refinement of the Mystic the Archpill, the Mystic the Archpill would be upgraded to a Supreme Grade Mystic the Archpill. The Supreme Grade Mystic the Archpill was a top-notch 7th-level pill. It could allow a peak heavenly venerable to break through to the Arch tier. If an Arch tier expert consumed the Supreme Grade Mystic the Archpill, they could use it to increase their strength by another level. In other words, the Supreme Grade Mystic the Archpill was an enhanced version of the Mystic the Archpill. However, the effects were several times stronger than the Mystic the Archpill. After all, every the Archpill was not easy to find. The place where every Mystic the Arch died was a mystic realm. The Abyss of War was the place where the 4 earthly sovereigns and many other almighty experts had fallen 100,000 years ago. That was also the most prosperous era in the central region. The Arch-tier experts were not as rare as they were now. Therefore, there had always been a lot of monarch pills in the Abyss of War. These monarch pills were things that many powerful forces needed. Therefore, it was indeed the best place for them to compete in the Imperial List tournament. All right, that's all that needs to be said. Everything will depend on your luck. Those who can come out of the Abyss of War alive will be rewarded according to the number of monarch pills you offer. At the same time, you will also be qualified to join the various forces. Now, head to the Abyss of War. The Arch-tier old man finished his last sentence and took the lead to fly out of the ruined city towards the east. Swoosh! Waves of energy soared into the sky. The aura of 1,000 earthly sovereigns caused the air above the ruined city to flutter. All of them stopped at a desolate place not too far away from the ruined city. The black-robed old man nodded to the dozen quasi-emperors behind him, and then he shouted, "Everyone, attack with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he created a large world, and it dyed the sky azure. Moreover, numerous water attribute spirit beasts appeared in the sky, and they roared as they charged towards the sky. The numerous quasi-emperors behind him exerted their strength at the same time, and strands of terrifying energy charged towards the sky. Rumble. In just a short moment, the sky was blasted into a dazzling screen of light by the multicolored ball of energy. Under the continuous bombardment, a spatial rift gradually appeared in midair, and the vast and desolate scene within the rift was gradually revealed. It was a deathly silent place, and gloomy and cold winds were blowing incessantly. It gave off a feeling of fear, even though it wasn't cold. The black-robed old man's voice resounded faintly. "What are you waiting for? Go in." As soon as he finished speaking, 1,000 earthly sovereigns flew into the spatial rift like a swarm of locusts. Once all of them entered the rift, the old man and the quasi-emperors withdrew their energy at the same time. Huff! The old men heaved heavy sighs of relief. Based on the fine sweat that covered their foreheads, it was obvious that opening that spatial rift had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Disperse. We'll meet again in a year. The black-robed old man wiped off the fine sweat on his forehead as well, and then he vanished on the spot after he spoke faintly. After that, the old men with cultivations at the quasi-emperor realm left successively as well. Within the sealed space was a place that was even more desolate than the outside world. However, this desolate place was extremely vast, and it was impossible to see the end when looked at from afar. It was like another world of its own. There were countless colored human bones amidst the flying sand and rocks. Besides that, there were numerous extremely enormous skeletons of spirit beasts, and they hadn't been corroded by the waves of cold winds here. The bones that were scattered all over the place formed a vast expanse of white. When everyone landed, they all shrunk their necks. The strong, cold winds made them feel uncomfortable, and when they looked at the world of bones in front of them, they felt their scalps go numb. Amidst the skeletons, there were also countless broken weapons. It was obvious that this place was the remains of an earth-shattering battle. These are all Emperor Realm bones, and every one of them was at least at the earthly sovereign realm. Looking at these bones, at least hundreds of thousands of people died. This is the grand scene of the four great empires in the ancient times. The number of earthly sovereigns here is too terrifying. This is only the periphery of the chaotic abyss of war. The real battlefield is in the depths. No wonder the four great empires declined after the battle of the chaotic abyss of war. It seems like most of the elites were annihilated here. Everyone looked at the sea of bones and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Suddenly, the sound of a cold wind could be heard. The sound of the wind seemed to contain a demonic sound that could invade people's hearts, causing everyone to fall into a shocking and wondrous scene. The terrifying scene of horses and beasts galloping and the endless chaos of war resounded in their minds. The people from all four sides let out earth-shattering sounds of war drums and horns. Hundreds of thousands of earthly sovereigns displayed their respective prowess, and each of them were like monsters with bloodshot eyes, constantly tearing apart their opponents and killing them with all their might. Broken limbs and internal organs were constantly splattered, appearing abnormally disgusting and bloody. Many world-destroying powers blasted the mountains and forests in this part of the world into smithereens. The chaos lasted for more than half a year. Everyone fought to the last bit of their strength until they died of exhaustion. After the battle, only the leaders remained standing, holding onto the flagpole and not falling, leaving behind four lonely and desolate figures that were revered by the later generations. This part of the world had also become a sea of corpses. The countless blood converged into a river of blood, appearing incomparably stinky and terrifying. Thousands of earthly sovereigns felt this terrifying scene. Many of them who weren't mentally strong enough fainted on the spot, and many female earthly sovereigns vomited on the spot. Most of them were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat, and their faces became incomparably pale. Only a few strong-willed people remained calm, as if they were ignoring the scene. Chapter 613. When the scenes of battle disappeared, no one was in a hurry to find the Emperor pills. They had to readjust their state of mind before they could continue their journey. However, there were a few people who were determined enough to take the first step. Ling Xiao patted Yi Yunfeng, who was sweating profusely, and said, "If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be shaken even if the sky collapses. Don't let the demons in your heart bother you. This is just an illusion from back then." Yi Yunfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed. How terrifying! Hundreds of thousands of earthly emperors died, just like that. A general success is built on 10,000 corpses. They all fought for their country and died a worthy death. Ling Xiao sighed. Then he pulled out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Yi Yunfeng. "This is an illusion-dispelling potion. If you rub it on your eyes, you'll be able to see through all illusions." "Hallucination potion, boss. You actually have such a good thing." Yi Yunfeng revealed a look of joy. This hallucination potion was rare even in the central region. Yi Yunfeng didn't expect Ling Xiao to have it. With it, they could avoid many dangers here. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't explain. He threw a pair of boots in front of Yi Yunfeng. "The wind boots can increase your speed by 2 or 3 times. You're too weak if you don't have any life-saving methods. You'll really stay here forever." The wind boots were now in Ling Xiao's hands and couldn't display its power, but to Yi Yunfeng, it couldn't be any better. Yi Yunfeng understood Ling Xiao's generous personality, so he didn't stand on ceremony and kept the boots. "There are countless dangers here. Whether you can survive or not depends on you. Don't let me down," Ling Xiao said solemnly to Yi Yunfeng. "Don't worry, boss. This time I won't embarrass you again." Yi Yunfeng nodded heavily in response. "All right, let's part ways here. I hope you can enter the list in a year's time." Ling Xiao replied and wanted to leave the sea of bones. After all, this was a place of life and death for Earth sovereigns, and it was the outermost battlefield. It was impossible for there to be sovereign pills here. Even if there were, they would have been taken away by the previous Earth sovereigns. However, Just as Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng separated, several earthly sovereign realm experts blocked Ling Xiao's way. Ling Xiao, it's time to settle our scores. Wang Yanshu clenched his fist and shouted at Ling Xiao. His voice was so loud that many people heard it. Xiao, he's here too? The woman in white clothes on the Feng clan side was surprised. Then, she hurriedly came back to her senses and looked for Ling Xiao's back. Sure enough, the tall and slender figure not far away was so dazzling. The lady in white wanted to rush towards Ling Xiao, but Feng Wuing blocked her and said, "Why? Cousin Xing knows that person. He is my husband." The woman in white said very straightforwardly. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the young people from the surrounding forces became unnatural. The woman in white was Ji Beixin, who was accepted as the successor of the Feng clan's aunt. Now, her aura had risen to the next level, and her strength had advanced from the mid-stage king rank to the mid-stage earth monarch realm. Sister Xen, don't be hasty. Let's see what's going on first. Feng Yaxin held Ji Beixin's hand and said. Ji Beixin looked at Feng Yaxin and hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She looked at Ling Xiao with infinite affection. After not seeing each other for 2 years, she missed Ling Xiao even more. She'd truly never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually come to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition, and this caused her to be incomparably happy in her heart. She really wanted to rush up and throw herself into his embrace, and properly suck him in so as to resolve the feelings of longing she'd felt during these 2 years. Brother Wanyan, could it be that you made some new allies and want to deal with me again? Ling Xiao looked at Wanyan Shu playfully. He really couldn't understand why Wanyan Shu would be so insensible. Did he really think that he didn't dare to kill him? Ling Xiao, you killed my allies and now you want to harm me. Today, I'm going to seek justice. Wanyan Shu snorted coldly. Before this, he had recruited a few helpers with great difficulty, but they had all been killed by Ling Xiao. In the end, he had almost died to the hairy arrow centipede. He really couldn't take this lying down. Haha, looks like letting you go was quite a big mistake. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a formless killing intent blossomed from him. And here I was wondering what kind of powerful expert it was. So it's just a piece of trash at the intermediate earthly sovereign realm. Cousin, you can't even deal with trash like that, yet you still have the nerve to ask for my help? A man in the attire of an alchemist slowly walked out from behind Wan Yanshu. His face was filled with extreme arrogance. This person was Wan Yanshu's cousin, Huafeng. At the same time, he was also one of the true disciples of the medicine school and possessed the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. Ling Xiao sized up this fellow who had suddenly appeared and discovered that he was actually from the medicine school. He couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. No wonder Wanyan Shu dared to come looking for trouble. It turns out that he's found a heavyweight helper. Cousin, don't be fooled by his strength at the intermediate earthly sovereign realm. He's pretty tough, Wanyan Shu said. Huafeng snorted disapprovingly. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said, I'm a very benevolent person. Cripple your own Dan Tian as punishment for offending my cousin. Let's just forget about this matter. As an outstanding disciple of the medicine school, Huafeng naturally had a sense of superiority. He didn't believe that the intermediate earthly sovereign in front of him would dare to offend him. Due to Huafeng's appearance, most of the earthly sovereigns weren't in a hurry to search for the Emperor Pill. Instead, they stayed behind to watch the show. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and said with an incomparably playful expression, I'm also a very benevolent person. Your cousin has caused trouble for me time and time again, so I'll take his life. Since you're a disciple of the medicine school, I won't bother with you. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the alchemy technique he had obtained from the secret realm under the desolate mountain range. He now felt that this alchemy technique should have come from the famous medicine school of the central region. However, he didn't know how the deceased earthly sovereign had obtained such an important technique. However, he had no way of verifying this matter. Since he had obtained the alchemy technique from the medicine school, he still felt some gratitude towards the medicine school. Thus, he decided to not bother with the arrogant Huafeng. Although Ling Xiao didn't want to bother with him, Huafeng didn't think the same way. When he heard Ling Zhao's words, he immediately laughed out loud. Good boy, you have guts. Since that's the case, then go to hell. A thick killing intent flashed through Huafeng's eyes. He was a dignified disciple of the medicine school. If he were to be humiliated in front of so many earthly sovereigns, then the reputation of a medicine school would be tarnished. A strange green flame appeared on one of Huafeng's palms. The flame condensed into the shape of a green wolf in midair and pounced towards Ling Xiao. This is probably a type of strange beast fire seed. Its power is indeed much stronger than ordinary flames. Although Ling Zhao's strength isn't bad, I'm afraid that he will die prematurely after offending the medicine school. That's right. The medicine school has always been low-key, but once something happens, they are very united. Even the other great powers don't want to provoke the medicine school. The Wanyan family really does have some relationship with the medicine school. You want to fight me with fire? A sneer appeared on Ling Zhao's face, and a blue flame quietly appeared in his hand. The scorching energy seemed to burn the surrounding air as it emitted a sizzling sound. Just as the green wolf was about to bite Ling Xiao lightly threw the flame in his hand at the green wolf. The blue flame was directly swallowed into the green wolf's stomach, and it seemed to have no effect at all. Reckless thing, Huafeng said with extreme disdain. Who knew that when the green wolf was about to approach Ling Xiao, it would be swallowed up by the powerful blue flame that erupted from within and disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. There's something strange about this guy's flame. Hua, who was nearby, narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I sensed it too. It seems to be earth fire, and it might even be stronger than earth fire. Hua Xiaoming said with a serious expression. Are you serious? Huahao's expression changed as he asked. It's just a feeling. Let's take a look first. Hua Xiaoming also didn't dare to be too sure. You have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant. But don't think that you'll be safe just like that. Huafeng narrowed his eyes and indifferently said. This time, 5 green wolves appeared. They looked very agile and ferocious, and their flames caused the surrounding area to heat up. The 5 green wolves howled in the air and lunged at Ling Xiao at the same time. The flames were so strong that it was terrifying to look at. The people around Ling Xiao quickly retreated far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Just as the 5 green wolves were about to bite Ling Xiao didn't retaliate at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 5 green wolves fiercely smashed into the ground where Ling Xiao was, and the intense flames burned everything within a 10-meter radius. He died just like that? How boring. Huafeng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that there was no one around Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would die just like that. Unexpectedly, there was a faint sound of wind beside him. He quickly went to take a look. He didn't know when, but Ling Xiao had already appeared behind him and was attacking Wanyan Shu. Cousin, watch out! Huafeng exclaimed. Wanyan Shu and the earthly sovereign realm experts around him didn't need Huafeng's reminder to feel Ling Xiao's attack. Let's kill him together, Wanyan Shu shouted. A low-tier, 7th grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand, and he blasted it at Ling Xiao. The earthly sovereign realm experts around him all used their strongest moves at the same time in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. No one can save you this time. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His entire body was covered in 5-color dragon scale armor. He ignored everyone's attacks and raised his speed to the extreme. A golden claw grabbed at Wanyan Shu's throat. What a fast speed! Everyone cried out in surprise. Before the attacks could land on Ling Xiao, he used his lightning-fast speed to bypass Wanyan Shu's attack and grab his throat. The earthly sovereign realm experts around Wanyan Shu had no choice but to withdraw their attacks. Ling Xiao had a death grip on Wanyan Shu's throat. Wanyan Shu didn't dare to act rashly. He could feel Ling Xiao's strong, killing intent, and his legs began to turn to jelly. He was filled with regret. Why did he provoke this fiend again? Huafeng stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Let him go, or you will regret being born into this world. Chapter 614. You? Let me go. My cousin is the medicine sect's true disciple. Wanyan Shu said with difficulty as his neck turned red. Ling Xiao sneered. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Wanyan Shu, I let you off for Gu Jiaojiao's sake, but now you've brought people here to take revenge. I can only vent my anger if I don't kill you. If you dare to kill him, you'll be the medicine sect's mortal enemy. Huafeng immediately roared when he sensed Ling Xiao's killing intent. If you can represent the medicine sect, then I don't care. Ling Xiao said faintly as he exerted force from his palm. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard as Wanyan Shu's neck was immediately broken by Ling Xiao. Silence. Everyone present fell into silence as they looked at the lifeless Wanyan Shu in Ling Xiao's hands and gulped. They never thought that Ling Xiao would be so courageous as to kill his cousin in front of Huafeng, a true disciple of the medicine sect. It should be known that no one dared to provoke the 18 great forces no matter where they went. Wanyan Shu was from a great family that was comparable to a fourth-rank aristocratic family and was inextricably linked to the medicine sect. With these connections, no one thought that anyone would dare to kill Wanyan Shu other than the 18 great forces present. However, the truth was right in front of them, so they had to believe it. How dare you? You've dared to humiliate me for so many years. Die! Huafeng exploded with towering anger as his entire body was engulfed in a thick green flame. Wisps of green flames emerged from his body and eventually formed into ferocious green snakes. Countless green snakes seemed to emerge from Huafeng's body, and Huafeng had turned into a snake king, looking incomparably terrifying. The surrounding people were amazed when they saw this scene. They all knew that the alchemist was very skilled in controlling fire, but they never thought that Huafeng would be able to do this. 10,000 snakebite! Huafeng roared as his body shook, and a powerful aura locked onto Ling Xiao. Countless green snakes rushed towards Ling Xiao. Let's see how you dodge this time. After controlling all the green snakes, Huafeng pounced towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, a pair of flaming palms shot out one mysterious palm silhouette after another. Snake palm. Faced with 2 layers of attacks, Ling Xiao's expression turned cold. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao didn't plan on backing down. He had to make Huafeng realize the disparity between them. Otherwise, when would this fight end? He had a plan in mind. His powerful aura suddenly rose up, and a terrifying blue flame instantly rose up. These flames didn't need to be controlled by Ling Xiao. They automatically swallowed the green snakes that were attacking him. The fourth move of the firmament expelling palm, expelling clouds and overturning seas. Ling Xiao shouted and directly ignored the green snake flame. This kind of beast flame could not cause any harm to him. A powerful gust of wind collided with Huafeng's snake-shaped palm. Bang! The two of them continued to bombard each other. Palm shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth collided with each other in midair. Streams of flames incessantly surged, and a series of muffled collision sounds rang out in midair. The surrounding people had no choice but to retreat far away. How can the palm strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor be so strong? Huafeng revealed a dignified expression and thought. Now that he had used 10% of his strength, he was confident that he could blast Ling Xiao down. However, his opponent's spiritual energy seemed endless. Not only was it strong, but it also faintly suppressed him. Both of his palms were shaken to the point of numbness. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao was only using 50% of his strength. He didn't want to reveal his true strength. Otherwise, no one would come to rob him inside. If others knew Ling Xiao's thoughts, they would probably vomit blood in anger. He actually wanted to wait for someone to rob him. Was his brain fried? Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao naturally knew what he was planning. Bastard, you forced me to do this. Huafeng gradually felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He gritted his teeth and finally prepared to use his strongest attack. Huafeng's palm pushed Ling Xiao back dozens of meters. A ball of green flames rose once again, and Huafeng's clothes were directly torn apart. His naked body gradually became covered in green fire scales, and even his eyes turned green. A power comparable to a demi-venerable shook the surroundings. The expressions of the surrounding emperors changed greatly. They suddenly felt that Huafeng's strength was increasing by several times. This strength had far exceeded the scope of their imagination. What a terrifying aura! It's even more terrifying than a demi-venerable. It's already infinitely close to the power of a heavenly venerable. The true disciple of the Medicine Gate truly lives up to his name. I'm afraid that this is the end for Ling Xiao. That's hard to say. Before, Ling Xiao only used the metal element, but now he actually used the fire element. He must have his own trump card. I'm sure that we won't know who will emerge victorious until the very end. However, it's not easy to force a Medicine Gate disciple to this extent with the strength of a mid-level Earth Emperor. Huafeng is actually being forced into such a difficult situation. That mid-level Earth Emperor is quite capable. How the Medicine Gate commented as he watched the two fight. Huafeng is very annoying. The principle of the sect is to prevent us from fighting with others, but he always uses the name of the Medicine Gate to show off. It's as if he's afraid that others don't know that he's from Medicine Gate. If he loses, our Medicine Gate's reputation will be tarnished. Hao said with a shrug. There's nothing surprising about this. If he wasn't a direct descendant of the Third Elder, he would have been kicked out of the Medicine Gate long ago. This time, I didn't agree with bringing him here, but since the Third Elder has stepped in, it's not good for him to lose face, Xianxia said with a frown. Forget it. If he really loses, I'll definitely report the truth when I return to the sect. He'll naturally be punished when he returns, Xianxia said. In midair, the green flames were constantly surging. Huafeng had already turned into a green, flaming man. His appearance had become extremely malevolent, and his aura had reached its peak. Your strength isn't bad. You're actually close to a heavenly venerable, but that's still not enough. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not choose to take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Instead, he wanted to wait for Huafeng's true strength to arrive. He wanted to see just how capable this true disciple of the Medicine Gate was. Bastard, you should be proud that you can die under the fiery beast transformation art. Huafeng seemed to have transformed into a spirit beast, and his voice had become hoarse. Then he slowly raised his palm, and a giant hand covered in green scales instantly grabbed at Ling Xiao. This giant hand with green scales was like the claw of a giant beast. It was extremely fast and very fierce, and wisps of green flames constantly overflowed from it. Ling Xiao did not even think about it, and immediately dodged it. Huafeng's face flashed a cold smile, and he quickly raised his other hand. Another giant hand fiercely grabbed at Ling Xiao. This giant hand was the real deal. Ling Xiao was like a monkey being firmly grabbed by a giant beast. It was difficult for him to struggle free. The green flames incessantly burned Ling Xiao. If it had been an ordinary earthly sovereign, they would have been quickly burned to death by this intense and high temperature. However, Ling Xiao was almost immune to flames other than the heavenly fire. These green flames could not harm Ling Xiao's body at all. My strength is comparable to that of a heavenly venerable rank cultivator. No one under the earthly sovereign rank can escape. Die. Huafeng revealed a ferocious smile, and his other hand turned into a giant fist that slammed heavily towards Ling Xiao's head. The power of the fiery fist was comparable to an attack from a low-level, heavenly venerable rank cultivator. The raging flames caused the surrounding earthly sovereigns to cry out involuntarily. Their faces were filled with fear, and they all thought to themselves, the disciples of the medicine school are truly terrifying. Do you think you can trap me with a mere beast fire? How naive. Just as the fiery fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with disdain. At the same time, blue flames quietly overflowed from his body, and the giant green hand that was trapping him was gradually devoured by the blue flames. What kind of fire is this blue flame? Could it be earthly fire? Huafeng also sensed the blue flames coming from Ling Xiao, and a look of extreme greed appeared on his face. To any alchemist, a high-grade flame was a treasure that they could only dream of obtaining. As a disciple of the medicine school, Huafeng naturally desired to obtain a higher-grade flame. The blue flames that Ling Xiao had displayed were clearly of a higher grade than his own beast fire, so it would be strange if he did not covet them. I can't let this kid leave alive. Huafeng made up his mind, and a green flaming sword immediately appeared in his hand. Just as Ling Xiao broke free from the giant hand's trapping hold, the fiery fist was already upon him. Ling Xiao raised his palm, and a powerful blue flame directly pierced through the fiery fist. Swish! Just as Ling Xiao was temporarily out of danger, a wave of tyrannical sword energy flooded towards him. Even with the protection of the 5-color dragon scale armor, the powerful sword energy was extremely painful to deal with. A high-grade spirit weapon, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, and his figure began to retreat at full speed. Sword devouring astral energy. Huafeng swore to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Streaks of green sword energy constantly pursued Ling Xiao with a terrifying sword energy. The sword energy constantly exploded in mid-air, and the terrifying destructive power shocked everyone present. Damn it, don't blame me if you're courting death. Ling Xiao was furious. He had repeatedly retreated, but unexpectedly, this guy did not know what was good for him. Ling Xiao's body was filled with a powerful aura, and his figure was like a ghost, leaving a series of afterimages in midair. The afterimages were so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Huafeng's eyelids twitched. Wave after wave of powerful sword energy continuously destroyed the afterimages, but he was unable to capture Ling Xiao's real body. I can only summon my spiritual beast. Huafeng knew that it would be difficult for him to harm Ling Xiao with his own strength, so he prepared to summon his protective spiritual beast. However, a powerful golden fist had already landed heavily on his back. Bang bang. Who asked you to be so arrogant? This young master will beat you until even your mother can't recognize you. Ling Xiao was not afraid of losing. His entire body was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit, and a series of afterimages of his fists bombarded Huafeng's face that deserved a beating. Chapter 615. In the chaotic war abyss of bones, a chilly wind blew past, causing people to feel cold. In the sky above the sea of bones, a series of muffled bangs resounded through the clouds. One could only see a figure chasing after another figure, continuously attacking. The most eye-catching thing was that the figure was attacking the face of the person being attacked. This was purely destroying the person's face. Those who didn't know would think that the person was jealous of the other person's handsome face. Bastard, I want you dead. Although Huafeng was beaten senseless, Ling Xiao didn't kill him, so he was still able to maintain some consciousness. He forced out the aura in his body, and a ball of green flame that was even more intense than before drilled out from his pores. That green flame seemed to have a mind of its own and instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao. This ball of flame was Huafeng's beast fire seed. It seemed that even if Huafeng had to suffer serious injuries, he still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The power of the beast fire seed was countless times stronger than ordinary flames. Only those rank 6 and above fire attribute beasts could nurture a beast fire seed. Although it couldn't compare to earth fire or sky fire, its power couldn't be underestimated. It must be known that ordinary heavenly venerables wouldn't be able to use special methods to forcefully devour this beast fire seed. Now that Huafeng had used the beast fire seed to burn Ling Xiao, he was already staking it all on this one throw. He didn't care how strong Ling Xiao was, but against his violent beast fire seed, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would fall. All the green flames wrapped around Ling Xiao and burned him. That scorching energy was shocking. Even an ordinary Xian artifact would be refined in less than 2 hours under this beast fire. However, he had forgotten a very important point. Ling Xiao had a higher-level beast fire seed than him. Could his beast fire seed cause any harm to Ling Xiao? That was obviously impossible. This fire is not bad. I can use it to replenish the blue demon fire bead. Ling Xiao, who was engulfed by the cyan flames, revealed a serious smile. The blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness released a dazzling radiance, and streams of blue flames spread out from every part of Ling Xiao's body. When the blue flames reached Ling Xiao's body, the blue flames devoured the green flames like a wolf pouncing on a rabbit. In just a moment, the green flames around Ling Xiao had weakened by more than half. The beast fire spark seemed to be aware of the crisis and quickly converged its energy, fleeing from Ling Xiao's surroundings. Hua Feng, who had already been beaten into a pig's head by Ling Xiao, was shocked when he saw this scene. How could I have forgotten that this kid has a high-grade kindling? Get back here. Hua Feng didn't want his fire seed to be devoured by Ling Xiao, so he hurriedly used his consciousness to control the fire seed to return to his body. Hey, since you're out, do you think I'll let you escape? Ling Xiao sneered as his palms quickly changed. Several blue flames surged towards the beast fire from all directions. Bastard, if you dare to devour my beast fire, our medicine gate will not rest until you're dead. Hua Feng roared as he continuously formed hand seals, speeding up the summoning of the fire seed. Unfortunately, the blue demon flame didn't even want to give up on the meat that was already in its mouth. It didn't need Ling Xiao to control it. It sped up, and several blue flames wrapped around the cyan flame in the shape of a spirit beast. Whoosh! After the blue flames wrapped around the green flames, they instantly retracted towards Ling Xiao. Bastard, I'll kill you. Hua Feng was furious. The green flame sword in his hand blasted out a terrifying sword chi that seemed as if it wanted to tear the heavens and split the earth. The overwhelming sword chi formed different spirit beasts that roared as they charged towards Ling Xiao. It seemed as if they wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about Hua Feng's rage. He opened his mouth and sucked in the green flames that were wrapped in the blue flames. Without the beast fire, your attack is much weaker. Ling Xiao swallowed the fire seed, and his tiger eyes shone with a ferocious light. His figure began to move. Ling Xiao met the fire-colored sword Qi head-on. His palms shot out a series of rapid palm shadows. Firmament palm, third style. Overturning clouds and overturning rain. Countless palm shadows tore apart the sword Qi with a strong gust of wind. Ling Xiao charged through the sword Qi, and the palm shadows swept towards Hua Feng with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! Bang! Hua Feng was hit by a series of palm winds from Ling Xiao and was sent flying. Thick blood splattered all over the place. Ling Xiao didn't continue to pursue him. Instead, he looked coldly at Hua Feng, who had fallen into the sea of bones. Hua Feng was actually defeated. Moreover, he lost so miserably. He didn't even manage to hurt him. What kind of divine god is Ling Xiao? He can even devour the beast fire. Could his blue flame be an earth fire? No matter what, he injured someone from the medicine gate. I'm afraid that the medicine gate won't let this matter rest. Fortunately, he didn't kill Hua Feng. There might be a chance to alleviate the situation. Swish! Swish! Several figures quickly flew out from the crowd towards Hua Feng. Senior Hua Hao. Senior Hua Feng is only seriously injured. He's not dead yet. A medicine gate disciple called out to Hua Hao, who was leading the group. Hua Hao nodded and muttered to himself. What a troublemaker. A beautiful figure beside Hua Hao leaped into the air. How dare you injure someone from my medicine gate? Watch me teach you a lesson. Hua Xiaoming shouted and formed different hand seals, preparing to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sized up this sexy beauty and faintly said, could it be that only people from your medicine gate are allowed to bully others? You're right. It has always been our medicine gate who bullies others. Hua Xiaoming replied somewhat unreasonably. At the same time, she also launched her attack. He saw that Hua Xiangming had used a dark red flame, which was also much stronger than ordinary flames. From the looks of it, it seemed to be even more tyrannical than Hua Feng's beast fire. What Hua Xiangming controlled was a flaming whip. The flaming whip was as agile as a spirit snake, and its energy was equally explosive. "Go!" Hua Xiaoming shouted, and countless spirit snakes flooded towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Actually, Hua Xiaoming didn't want to attack Ling Xiao, but this matter concerned the face of their medicine gate, so she had no choice but to make a move. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to extinguish these flames, an energy that carried a strong, cold wind came from another direction. Ling Xiao instantly became vigilant. He thought that someone was ambushing him from another direction. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, he saw a familiar figure. He immediately smiled and relaxed all of his vigilance. "This girl's strength is improving really fast. She's about to surpass my husband." Ling Xiao protected his chest with both hands and directly ignored Hua Xiangming's attack as he muttered, "Rumble." The flame spirit snake was directly shaken away by a powerful Yin wind baleful qi. When it disappeared, Xiaoming glared at the person who suddenly attacked and shouted, "You actually dare to meddle in my medicine gate's business? Are you tired of living?" The snow-white figure steadily landed in the air with a zither in front of her chest. She looked at Hua Xiangming and said, "You want to deal with my husband? Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Who else could this woman in white be other than Ji Beixin?" "He's your husband?" Hua Xiaoming was stunned for a moment before asking. She had seen this woman before. She seemed to be from the Feng clan. Although their medicine gate was not afraid of the Feng clan, they still had to be clear. "That's right, he is my husband." Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she replied. After hearing Ji Beixin's confirmation, all the emperors below were in an uproar. Many of the disciples of the Feng clan had ugly expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were unhappy with Ji Beixin's attitude. However, they were not unhappy with Ji Beixin, but with her so-called husband. Feng Wuing took a sip of wine and swept his gaze towards Ling Xiao. He then asked Feng Yaxin, "Is he the Ling Xiao who broke into our Feng clan alone?" Feng Yaxin nodded lightly and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "That's right, it's him. I didn't expect that in just 2 years he would advance so much." When she first saw Ling Xiao, he was only a low-level Earth Emperor. However, after 2 years, Ling Xiao had already reached the mid-level Earth Emperor realm, advancing once every 2 years. If he didn't take any pills, this speed was extremely rare. In these 2 years, she had only reached the peak of the Earth Emperor realm from the high-level Earth Emperor realm. This had something to do with the resources provided by her clan. Ling Xiao seemed to only come from the northwest and did not have any backing. Being able to reach this step already made her look at him in a new light. Back then, when Ling Xiao was only a low-level Earth Emperor, he dared to talk back to the Feng clan's patriarch, who was also her father. Now that his strength had improved greatly, it was not surprising that he did not put the medicine sect in his eyes. What a fearless person. I really admire him a little. Feng Yaxin thought to herself. I don't care if he's your husband or not. He injured someone from our medicine sect. I have to seek justice for him. Get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Hua Xiangming glared at Ji Beixin with slight anger. Whoever dares to hurt my husband, I swear to kill them. Ji Beixin frowned slightly and placed a guqin in front of her chest, as if she was going to fight to the death. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought to himself, this girl has changed a lot. He flew to Ji Beixin's side and patted her shoulder. How can there be a woman protecting a man? Aren't you letting others think that I'm a freeloader? You go to the side first. I'll settle this matter for your husband. Then we'll have a good time together. Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao from the side, her exquisite face revealing a smile that could topple cities. Laugh. My current strength is not much weaker than yours. I can also fight side by side with you. Ling Xiao caressed her hair and said, I can feel it. Don't worry, there's nothing that your husband can't solve. Ji Beixin felt a sweetness in her heart and replied softly. Like a little woman, she retreated to Ling Xiao's side. Have you had enough love? If you have enough, then die. Hua Xiangming looked at Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin's display of affection and was extremely angry in her heart. She shouted and prepared to attack again. A gust of wind blew and a confident figure appeared in the air. Miss Hua, brother Hua Hao, give me some face and let this matter go. How about it? The person who appeared in the air was Feng Wuying from the Feng clan. So it's brother Wuying. I'm afraid this matter will be a bit difficult. A fiery figure quickly rushed in front of Feng Wuying and replied indifferently. Then what do you think will make you let this matter go? Feng Wuying drank a mouthful of wine and asked indifferently. Chapter 616. In the sky above the sea of bones, the people from the medicine sect, Hua Hao, and Hua Xiaoming were all standing on one side, while Feng Wuying and the disciples of the Feng clan were also standing on the other side. It was obvious that the people on both sides were nervous, afraid that a great battle would break out at any moment. As for the person in question, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. He heartlessly pulled Ji Beixin down. Big brother, that guy actually left? Hua Xiaoming had been staring at Ling Xiao the entire time. Seeing that he had actually ignored their existence, he immediately said to Hua Hao, Brother Wuying, it seems like he didn't appreciate your kindness. Hua Hao glanced in Ling Xiao's direction and said indifferently. Feng Wuying spread out his hands and said, No matter what, since he is my cousin's husband, this matter cannot be separated from our Feng clan. I hope Brother Hua Hao can forgive us. When they came to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament, their Aunt Feng had already ordered them to protect Ji Beixin no matter what, so Feng Wuying had no choice but to come forward and negotiate with the medicine sect. To be honest, with their Feng clan's strength, there was no benefit in provoking the medicine sect. Moreover, the medicine sect was much stronger than them. No matter what, he has to give our medicine sect an explanation. If we let him leave just like that, where will our medicine sect's face be? Hua Xiaoming shouted. All great sects paid attention to their face. A member of their medicine sect had been injured in front of so many people. If they didn't get back some face, it would damage their medicine sect's reputation in the future. Ling Xiao, who had landed on the ground, sighed. Wait for me here. There are some things that I should settle first. I don't want to owe others a favor. Ji Beixin nodded her head lightly and said, Be careful. Ling Xiao kicked with one foot and quickly returned to the air. What do you want me to say? Ling Xiao calmly looked at the people from the medicine sect and said indifferently, Seeing that you didn't kill anyone from my medicine sect, you cut off one of your arms. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before saying, Ling Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, then looked at Fire Incense Ming and said, For such a handsome man like this young master to become a one-armed man, this is a big spoiler. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, they all despised him in their hearts. What a cocky fellow. Hua Xiaoming also pouted and thought to herself, This guy is really narcissistic. How about this? I'll let you slash me once. If you can cut off my hand, then I'll admit that I'm unlucky. If you can't, then I'll let this matter go. How about it? Ling Xiao said with a carefree smile. What? Many earthly sovereign realm experts exclaimed. Even the disciples of other major forces were shocked. None of them had expected Ling Xiao to have the guts to take on his opponent's sword. One had to know that even an Empyrean would not dare to take on the power of a spirit artifact sword. If a high-grade spirit artifact was used, even the Mystic Emperor would have to dodge it. All right, since you're so bold, if my medicine sect doesn't take it, then it would seem that we're too petty. You can take this sword from Xianxia. Hua Hao immediately agreed from the side. He wanted to see how this brave brat would be able to take on this sword. Laugh, don't. Ji Beixin hurriedly flew over and shouted. She had always been very confident in Ling Xiao, but she didn't want Ling Xiao to take the risk. Don't worry, I can still take a mere sword. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. All right, brother, you're to my liking. Come, I'll treat you to some wine to boost your courage. Feng Wuying's tiger eyes flashed with admiration as he spoke. He then tossed the wine jug in his hand towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Wuying and caught the wine. He raised his head and drank a mouthful. When the strong wine rolled down his throat and into his organs, he couldn't help but exclaim heroically, "It's indeed a good wine." "Come." Hua Xiaoming looked at the heroic man in front of her, and her beautiful eyes flashed with an indescribable color. Many of the women below cast all sorts of admiring looks at the tall and straight figure. Gu Jiaojiao, who was in a corner, clenched her fists and muttered, "He'll definitely be fine." She didn't want to see anything happen to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she would feel very guilty. After all, Ling Xiao's matter had started because of her. Ling Xiao slowly placed a sturdy arm in front of Hua Xiaoming and said, "Even though your medicine sect is a bit unreasonable in this matter, who told you to be a big power? I, Ling Xiao, can't afford to provoke you, so I can only admit defeat. Come." Ling Xiao's words sounded a little resentful, but it made people feel that he didn't care about this sword strike at all. Hua Xiaoming didn't expect that the man would still be in the mood to tease her when his arm was about to be chopped off. "Watch carefully, you asked for it." Hua Xiaoming shouted as a fire sword appeared in her hand. Immediately after, the fire sword carried a surging fire as it heavily slashed towards Ling Xiao's arm. Many people were staring at this scene. They all wanted to see what kind of ability Ling Xiao had to deal with this sword strike. Clang! When the fire sword landed heavily on that sturdy arm, the sound of iron clashing rang out. Hua Xiaoming stared blankly at the fire sword in her hand that had been broken into two pieces, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao withdrew his already bloody arm and cupped his hands towards Hua Xiaoming and said, "Thank you for your mercy, miss." After saying that, he pulled Ji Bei-shin and flew to the side. He actually withstood it. Is this guy still human? I already saw how strong his body is outside the ruined city. It seems like the medicine sect also suffered a loss this time. No matter what, this Ling Xiao can be considered famous now. It's better not to provoke him when we meet. I didn't expect him to have such a relationship with the Feng clan. No wonder he dared to kill Wan Yinshu. Don't care so much. Hurry up and find the Emperor Pill. 1 year's time is not long. After seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, the majority of the people finally began to fly towards the depths of the chaotic war abyss. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few dozen people left. Hua Xiaoming came back to her senses and looked at Ling Xiao, who was already in a passionate relationship with another woman. She gritted her teeth and said, "Big brother, let's go as well. I'll settle the score with this guy later." Hua Hao chuckled and looked at Feng Wuying. He cupped his hands and turned around to lead the people of the medicine sect in a certain direction. Soon after, only Ling Xiao, Ji Bei-shin, and the people of the Feng clan were left in the Sea of Bones. "What should we do now?" Feng Wuying asked Feng Yaxin. Feng Yaxin spread her hands and said, "We can't just leave Sister Xian here. Then let's wait and see. You really can't stop worrying." Feng Wuying sat down on a rock and drank his wine in a carefree manner. His eyes narrowed slightly. The people of the Feng clan didn't dare to disobey Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin's orders. On the other side, Ji Bei-shin pulled Ling Xiao's hand and asked worriedly, "Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." She really showed mercy. That's right, Hua Xiaoming did show mercy. However, she didn't show mercy during the attack, but before the attack. The spiritual weapon she used wasn't a high-rank spiritual weapon, but a low-rank one. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's defense wouldn't have been able to break it. If it was a high-grade spiritual tool, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Ling Xiao didn't know if Hua Xiaoming did it on purpose. Maybe she thought that a low-grade spiritual tool was enough to cut off his hand. In any case, Ling Xiao felt indebted to Hua Xiaoming in his heart. "It's good that you're fine. All right, can you come with us to find the Emperor Pill?" Ji Bei-shin relaxed and changed the topic. To be able to meet Ling Xiao here, she really didn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao anymore. These 2 years of longing had penetrated deep into her bones. Ling Xiao kissed Ji Bei-shin with an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, Exeter. You should go with them. We can't stay together right now. Jive Beixin's beautiful eyes became misty as she said with a sobbing tone, "Why? I'm strong enough to protect myself now. I won't drag you down." When Ling Xiao first brought them to the central region, he wanted them to be able to stand on their own so that they could protect themselves. However, Ling Xiao had been protecting them along the way. Now that she had stayed in the Feng clan for 2 years, the seal in her body had gradually been unsealed, and she had also received the guidance of the Feng clan's aunt. With her current strength, she wouldn't even be at a disadvantage against a half-venerable one, which was why she said this. Ling Xiao gently embraced Ji Beixin and said with a guilty expression, "Right now, our strength is not enough to look down on the central region, and I don't have my own territory. I don't want you to follow me everywhere, and it just so happens that you are constantly becoming stronger in the Feng clan. Before long, we will definitely be able to be together peacefully, and no one will dare to stop us. Even the Feng clan is the same." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want Ji Beixin to leave his side, but with the current situation, staying in the Feng clan was the best choice. That place would definitely allow Ji Beixin to develop better and safer, and the people from the Feng clan would definitely not let Ji Beixin follow him. Ji Beixin's potential was definitely not something that the Feng clan could lose. Only when he was strong enough to fight against the Feng clan and had the power to protect the women by his side would he bring Ji Beixin to his side. Ji Beixin was no longer as naive as she was back then. She could feel Ling Xiao's intentions. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her arms and hugged Ling Xiao tightly. Her jade lips kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. The Feng clan members not far away seemed to have sensed something and quickly turned their faces away. Feng Wuying, on the other hand, murmured heartlessly, "Cousin usually looks quite weak. I didn't expect her to be so passionate now. What an enviable fellow." Feng Yaxin also glanced in the direction of Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin. Her delicate face instantly turned slightly red as she thought to herself, "Could this be the taste of love? It seems like it can really make people lose their minds." After a full quarter of an hour of kissing, Ji Beixin's delicate face was completely red to the ears. At this moment, she was even more beautiful than before. She pushed Ling Xiao away and flew towards the people of the Feng clan. A sweet voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. "Xiao, you have to take care of yourself. Come and pick me up soon." Looking at Ji Beixin, who was leaving with the people of the Feng clan, Ling Xiao touched his lips and said with a faint smile, "This girl is quite bold. She actually dared to forcefully kiss me." Chapter 617. Within the abyss of war, there was a boundless sea of bones. It seemed extremely sinister and frightening. A handsome young man was sitting cross-legged on top of a bald rock, quietly cultivating. The young man's body flickered with blue flames. Many of the bones nearby were burned to ashes. Occasionally, there would be a few strands of azure flames that wanted to fly out from the blue flames. Unfortunately, they were all wrapped up by the blue flames and devoured. After an unknown period of time, the young man finally opened his tiger-like eyes. 2 rays of light suddenly burst out from his eyes, giving off an oppressive feeling without being angry. This beast fire seed is rather extraordinary. It's actually strengthened the blue demon fireball by quite a bit. The young man was none other than Ling Xiao. He gently clenched his fist as he murmured. He had been refining the beast fire seed he had absorbed from Hua Feng's body. Although heavenly flames belonged to the highest category of fire seeds, they could also continuously evolve. The prerequisite was that they needed to absorb various types of spiritual flames in the world to be useful to them. Regular flames were completely useless to them. Beast fire was nurtured by powerful spiritual beasts over a long period of time. Its energy was slightly weaker than earth fire, but it was much more powerful than regular flames. As a result, it was enough to become a part of the blue demon fireball's energy. The blue demon fireball is quite a bit larger than the innate hellwind pearl. Looks like I'll have to find some Yin wind to nourish the innate hellwind pearl. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao stood up and looked around the sea of bones. There was no longer a single person in the vast sea of bones. Only the constant gusts of wind blew past. The war between the four empires really is astonishing. Ling Xiao sighed heavily and walked into the sea of bones. He looked at the king bones and the huge beast bones. His face was filled with sorrow as he thought back to the illusions from before. He remembered just how intense the war was back then. Since you've all been dead for 100,000 years, you've probably reincarnated long ago. Then let me turn you all to dust. After Ling Xiao collected quite a few emperor bones of the Grand Perfection realm, he planned to completely digest these bones. With that, Ling Xiao's palms suddenly soared into two blue flames. He waved his hand, and the blue flames fell into the sea of bones. Sizzle! The blue flame was like a star, and under the help of the cold wind, it finally turned into a prairie fire, burning all the bones here into ashes. Just as Ling Xiao was about to soar into the sky, a thick and sticky smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered, "Where's the smell of blood coming from?" Ling Xiao continued to search for the source of the smell. Soon after, he fixed his gaze in a certain direction, and his expression was filled with incomparable shock. That's Blood River. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and saw that there was actually a 2-meter wide red river under the burnt sea of bones. Although the river wasn't wide, it was several hundred meters long. Previously, it must have been submerged by Guhai, but now it was burned by the demon enchantress Blue Flame. Moreover, the blood river that had long since solidified began to squirm. It looked extremely terrifying. This is the blood river where the blood of all the earthly kings converged. Ling Xiao remembered the last scene he saw in the illusion. The blood of those dead earthly kings finally flowed into a river. He really did not expect that this blood river really existed, and after so many years, it actually did not evaporate. Ling Xiao soared into the sky and flew towards the squirming blood river. For some reason, he always felt that this blood river was too strange. This place had already been here for 100,000 years. It was understandable that the Emperor Bones could survive for so long, but the blood could also survive for so long. This was obviously not in line with reality. Ling Xiao stared at the blood river. He found that the blood river was actually gradually bubbling. As if the blood was boiling, more and more blood bubbles appeared. What's under the blood river? The corner of Ling Xiao's eye twitched, and a powerful spiritual force swept towards the bottom of the river. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a tremendous amount of life force emanating from him. Bang! When the blood boiled to a certain degree, something seemed to drill out from the blood. Immediately after, a strong blood qi mixed with a surging life force spread out within a radius of 100 miles, and a huge red light immediately shot up into the sky. Ling Xiao stared at the blood river. His pupils shrank, and his tiger-like eyes revealed a look of surprise. In front of Ling Xiao's eyes was a strange blood-red small tree. This small tree, whether it was the stem or the leaves, all showed a crystal-clear bright red color, as if it was one with the blood river. The small tree was growing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The blood in the blood river was constantly surging, and the blood essence was actually converging towards the small tree. Ling Xiao clearly felt a majestic blood qi constantly churning and converging nearby, and the blood in his body also felt as if it wanted to break out of his body. At this time, a green light instantly swept out from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. An old man's figure appeared at Ling Xiao's side, and his old eyes blossomed with a bright light as he cried out in alarm, "Blood! Blood Essence Devil Tree!" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wang in astonishment. "You recognize this thing?" This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen such a strange spirit tree. Even the catalog of spirit herbs didn't have any records of it. It is the most evil tree spirit in the world, a devil tree that absorbs all kinds of blood essence to grow. Once it becomes a tree spirit, I'm afraid that even your human saint rank experts won't be able to deal with it, Lu Wang explained with a frown. Even saint rank experts won't be able to deal with it. Ling Xiao was horrified. He really hadn't expected this blood tree to have such power. That's right. Once it transforms into a tree spirit, it will become like a blood devil. It will look for humans and spirit beasts everywhere to absorb their blood essence and grow stronger. If no one is able to destroy it, then one day it will become a peerless demon god. Only a god will be able to destroy it, Lu Wang continued. That's amazing. Ling Xiao swallowed hard. Suddenly, Lu Wang's eyelids twitched, and he cried out in alarm. Not good. It's gathering spiritual energy. Quickly stop it. With that, Lu Wang flew towards the blood essence devil tree. At the same time, powerful tree vines scattered the blood around the blood essence devil tree. Ling Xiao immediately circulated all the spiritual energy in his body, and a suit of 5-color dragon scale armor covered his entire body. An ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. In the face of such an evil existence, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He felt as if his blood was slipping out of his control, and that feeling made him feel uneasy. Whoa, damned undying tree, you dare stop me? I'll devour you. The blood tree actually transformed into a blood-colored young face that roared at Lu Wang. At the same time, it grew larger and larger, and its branches, which resembled blood snakes, grew longer and longer as they stabbed toward Lu Wang. I definitely can't let a worldly evil existence like you survive. Lu Wang coldly snorted, and a green light instantly grew larger. A verdant tree appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and vines intertwined with the blood-red tree branches. At the same time, Lu Wang cried out to Ling Xiao, "Little friend, quickly evaporate that blood. Don't let it absorb any more blood essence. Bastard, if you dare, I'll suck all of your blood essence as well." The blood tree roared. This was the blood essence that would help it condense into a true tree spirit, so it couldn't be destroyed. The blood tree constantly transformed, and a powerful suction force blossomed. The blood river that was hundreds of meters long began to churn as large amounts of blood essence gathered towards the blood tree. Lu Wang wasn't willing to be outdone. Balls of azure light flashed as countless vines wrapped around the blood tree, preventing it from absorbing the blood essence. "You're courting death, you old bastard." The blood tree raged. A young face flew out and bit toward the tree. Lu Wang reappeared with a scepter-like root in his hand. He shouted, "You haven't even completed spirit gathering yet, so how can you be my match?" The root in his hand flickered with azure light as it shot towards the blood-red face. The blood-red face was battered by the attacks, and it continued to wail. At this time, Ling Xiao had already summoned his heavenly flame, and 2 blue flames shot towards the blood on both sides of the river. Sizzle! The heavenly flame could burn anything, and the blood immediately evaporated when it came into contact with it. However, there is too much blood in the river, and it wasn't something that Ling Xiao could evaporate in a short amount of time. "Bastard! How dare you destroy my blood essence? I'll devour you." The blood tree suddenly realized that the amount of blood essence it was absorbing was rapidly decreasing. When it saw Ling Xiao in the midst of destruction, it immediately became furious. The blood tree gave up on fighting Lu Wang and charged towards Ling Xiao with its bloody face. "Ha! I'll let you have a taste of heavenly flame." Ling Xiao looked at the sinister blood-red face and raised his hand. A blue flame transformed into a blue dragon that roared towards the blood tree. The blood-red face wailed as soon as it came into contact with the heavenly flame. "Damn it, what kind of flame is this?" "Ha! This is the Heaven-Earth Yang flame. Is the bane of demonic creatures like you." Lu Wang laughed as he tore the huge blood tree into pieces. The blood-red face had lost more than half of its blood essence, and its aura was greatly reduced. It looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Wang from afar and said, "The 2 of you deserve to die. I'll remember you. The next time I see you, I'll definitely sacrifice all of you." With that, it transformed into a red light and fled into the distance. "Oh no, we can't let it escape." Lu Wang let out a strange cry as his entire body transformed into a green light that chased after the blood-red light. The two of them were like shooting stars, so fast that Ling Xiao couldn't react in time. "What is this?" Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the two disappearing lights. He knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up. At that speed, only a mystic the Arch might be able to catch up. Forget it. I'll just evaporate this blood first. Otherwise, it might cause some trouble. Ling Xiao looked at the blood river and saw that there was still quite a bit of blood left. He flipped his hands and blasted the blue flames away. Ling Xiao spent half a day before he was able to burn the blood river to almost nothing. Just as the blood river was about to evaporate, beams of red light shone from the bottom of the river. Chapter 618. At the bottom of the blood river, a blood-red light shone brightly like the sun. This was no longer the blood essence demonic tree, but a squarish blood-red crystal. The thick blood energy coming from it was no weaker than the blood essence demonic tree from before. Ling Xiao quickly descended to the bottom of the dried-up red river. Looking at the small crystal mine, his eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. So many top-grade blood crystals. Ling Xiao gulped as he muttered. He casually grabbed a piece and immediately shattered it into pieces. Then he took a deep breath, and a stream of pure blood energy quickly rushed into his blood vessels. The powerful blood energy made his blood surge, and an endless stream of life energy rushed into his limbs and internal organs. It was as if this top-grade blood crystal had improved the toughness of his blood and bones. What a pure blood crystal! It's just right for me to improve my ancient Emperor Divine technique. Ling Xiao licked his lips. Ling Xiao had long since reached the fourth transformation of the ancient Emperor Divine technique, the bone refining realm. However, he had yet to step into the fifth transformation. In order to cultivate this transformation, he needed a large amount of blood replenishing high-grade spirit herbs or pills. Ling Xiao originally wanted to put the ancient Emperor's divine arts aside for a while. After all, what he was currently cultivating was not the complete version of the ancient Emperor's divine arts. But this small crystal-like top-grade blood crystal in front of him just happened to replace those blood-replenishing high-level spirit grass or pills. These top-grade blood crystals were much better choices than spirit herbs or elixirs. After all, these top-grade blood crystals were condensed from the blood essence of an Earth Monarch Realm powerhouse, and they had been nourished by the demonic blood essence tree for 100,000 years. Every single top-grade blood crystal was priceless, and it could instantly restore the vitality of anyone who had lost too much blood. Moreover, it was a rare material for refining high-grade healing pills. "It really is young Master Ping," Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. He immediately began to collect all the top-grade blood crystals at the bottom of the river into his cauldron. Even if he couldn't finish using these top-grade blood crystals, he could auction them off for a high-grade mysterious crystal vein. However, if Ling Xiao wanted to establish his own force, he would need to accumulate resources, so it was better to keep these rare things for himself. When a corner of Ling Xiao's cauldron was filled with a large amount of top-grade blood crystals, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Good people really do get what they deserve. If I hadn't burned these bones to ashes and sent them back to the ground, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found these good things. He paused for a moment, then looked into the distance and muttered, "I just don't know who won, the Blood Essence Demon Tree or Lu Wang. The Blood Essence Demon Tree hasn't finished gathering its spirit, so it probably won't be a match for Lu Wang. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me." Back then, he had borrowed his knowledge, to help Lu Wang recover. He didn't know how much it had recovered, but after all these years, it should have recovered quite a bit. Moreover, he only had a mutually beneficial relationship with it, so it didn't matter if it wasn't by his side. In any case, he still had some 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree fruit. These were all good things that Ling Xiao had traded for before, and they could be used to save his life at a critical moment. After Ling Xiao collected most of the top-grade blood crystals, he gathered the remaining ones beside him and sat cross-legged in the middle of them. Ling Xiao began to concentrate and silently circulated the ancient emperor's divine art. His meridians, which were like waves of gold, began to circulate, and the five-colored spirit energy in his dantian began to overflow. After an hour of meditation, Ling Xiao's aura gradually increased. His skin, flesh, meridians, organs, and bones all emitted a golden light. The ancient emperor's divine art, skin refining, meridian refining, viscera refining, bone refining, and blood refining. Every time it advanced, its defense would become a bit more abnormal, and it also had the ability to quickly repair the body's muscles. It could be called a godly cultivation method. Now Ling Xiao had finally cultivated it to the last transformation, blood refining. After this transformation was completed, the blood energy in his body would be equivalent to replacing the original ordinary blood, becoming a supreme bloodline. Not only would it be of great benefit to him, but it would also be of great benefit to his descendants. Therefore, no matter what method Ling Xiao used, he would definitely cultivate blood refining to the realm of completion. After Ling Xiao adjusted everything, the aura around him trembled slightly. Many of the top-grade blood crystals around him immediately exploded, and a thick blood energy began to overflow. Whoosh! Ling Xiao opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely, and the blood energy quickly entered his mouth. The powerful blood energy fused into Ling Xiao's blood vessels, and the golden blood began to assimilate the blood energy. A large amount of blood essence constantly rushed into Ling Xiao's blood vessels. The boiling heat emitted a terrifying temperature, and the blood vessels swelled to the point that they were about to explode. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's meridians and blood vessels had already been strengthened, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying blood energy. Even so, Ling Xiao's face revealed a painful expression, and beads of sweat continuously flowed down his face. Ling Xiao quickly circulated the ancient emperor's divine art, and the golden blood accelerated the speed at which it assimilated the blood energy. The golden blood vessels in his blood vessels roared nonstop, and it constantly swallowed and assimilated the blood energy. The golden blood vessels continuously became richer and brighter. The densely packed blood vessels transported the golden blood to all the muscles in Ling Xiao's body. His skin, flesh, meridians, internal organs, and bones all received a significant increase, and their color became even more golden. An endless stream of vitality filled Ling Xiao's body, and at this moment his body had accumulated a large amount of blood essence. Ling Xiao felt that even if he lost more than half of his blood, it would be replenished in a short while. He didn't have to worry about losing too much blood. Moreover, the blood essence had completely improved his body's muscles and greatly increased his lifespan. With his current earthly sovereign cultivation, he could live for at least 500 to 800 years, but with his current situation, even if he didn't cultivate, he could still live for another 200 years. Ling Xiao meditated at the bottom of the dried-up blood river for 3 days and 3 nights, and the small pile of top-grade blood crystals around him was almost completely absorbed by him. Now, Ling Xiao's body was flashing with a rich blood energy, and all the skin and flesh on his body had turned golden red. Even his jet black hair seemed to have turned golden. Behind him, a seemingly solid golden dragon constantly floated up, and this golden dragon seemed to be even more vivid and extraordinary than before. When Ling Xiao shattered the last top-grade blood crystal and absorbed all the blood energy, he couldn't help but jump up from where he was. Roar! A dragon's roar came out of Ling Xiao's mouth, and the powerful sound waves formed a terrible storm, blowing the air around him, and many of the rocks under him exploded. The dragon's roar echoed endlessly in this wide, open space, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Behind Ling Xiao, a golden dragon roared into the sky, and the dragon's body changed from the original 6 claws to 7 claws, and the dragon's battle chi also increased. Ling Xiao let out a light breath and converged the essence qi that appeared on his skin and flesh. His whole body became a bit more dignified than before, and he looked more heroic. What a surging vitality! I can feel my blood boiling all the time. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and said excitedly to himself. He could feel that after his ancient Emperor Mystic technique absorbed so many top-grade blood crystals, the golden blood in his body became even thicker and more viscous. His blood seemed to be several times thicker than an ordinary person's, and the energy it contained was comparable to a 4th or 5th grade healing pill. It's a pity that I've already reached a saturation state. It seems that I've only stepped into the initial stage of the 5th transformation. If I want to advance further, I don't know how long it will take. Ling Xiao sighed. After absorbing a large amount of top-grade blood crystals in the past few days, his blood had been filled and improved. However, it had only allowed him to reach the initial stage, and he was still far from the great city realm. However, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. After all, these top-grade blood crystals had allowed him to shorten the time he needed to find high-level spirit herbs that could replenish blood and cultivate. Ling Xiao took out the ice and fire sword, and then did something shocking. He actually heavily slashed at his other arm. Ding-dang! The ice and fire sword slashed at his sturdy arm, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Ling Xiao stared blankly at his intact arm and laughed out loud. "Ah, good, good. After this improvement and upgrade, my body is also improved by a lot. Now, even a high-level spirit weapon would find it difficult to injure me." As of now, Ling Xiao's physical body was probably as tough as a 7th-grade spirit beast defenses. Even a 7th-grade ice and fire swords couldn't cut through it. It must be known that he had used all his strength just now. If it was a few days ago, if he had been slashed by a high-level spirit weapon, although he wouldn't have been cut in half, he would definitely have been injured. In just a few days, his physical defense had increased by so much, so Ling Xiao was naturally very satisfied. Following that, Ling Xiao dispelled the power in his arm, and then used the ice and fire sword to fiercely slash at his arm. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably think that this guy was a masochist. He actually stabbed his own subordinates twice. This was too abnormal. A ferocious wound that reached the bone split open on Ling Xiao's arm, and golden blood gushed out. Ling Xiao could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. It had to be known that he did not use any energy at all just now. So no matter who it was that was cut by the sword, it would be extremely painful. Let me see how fast my recovery is. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and immediately started to circulate the ancient emperor's divine technique crazily. The powerful essence qi and spirit energy quickly surged, and the wound also healed at an extremely fast speed. After a while, Ling Xiao looked at his arm that had become as smooth as jade and could not help but exclaim, "It's done so quickly." Ling Xiao was shocked by such a fast recovery speed, and his face was filled with joy. The ancient emperor's divine technique is indeed abnormal. Now that my defense and recovery ability have increased greatly, I believe that the dragon-shaped battle intent will also increase by quite a bit. Ling Xiao muttered as he smacked his lips. Then he cast his gaze into the distance. It's time to find the Emperor Pellet. Swoosh! His figure instantly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 619. In the depths of the chaotic abyss of war, many mountains pierced through the clouds like sharp blades. Not a single blade of grass grew on many of these mountains, and there were even scars of war that could not be erased even after countless years. In this vast land of war, a bleak wind blew continuously. There was not a single trace of life or vitality. Occasionally, a few incomplete skeletons and broken weapons could be seen. In this vast land, a vigorous figure was walking in the air among the rubble. He looked very confident and agile. This young man was none other than Ling Xiao, who was traveling alone. I've already flown for 5 days, but I haven't even seen a shadow. Where am I supposed to find an emperor pill? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After Ling Xiao absorbed a large amount of top-grade blood crystals, he flew for 5 days. Other than a desolate landscape, he did not encounter anything. He did not even see a single insect. He also did not see any Earth Emperor sects that had entered the chaotic abyss of war. This made him feel like he was about to die from boredom. And what is that? Ling Xiao saw a silver flash and immediately paid attention to it. Ever since he accidentally obtained a top-grade blood crystal a few days ago, Ling Xiao paid special attention to every place in this place. He had the thought that he had gotten lucky again and hoped to obtain some benefits. He landed where the silver light was and discovered that it was actually a broken weapon. Ling Xiao picked it up from the ground with one hand. It was a broken silver saber, and the thing that was shining was a silver bead embedded in the hilt of the saber. Ling Xiao did not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations when he grabbed the saber, and the beast core embedded inside had already lost its luster. It was obvious that it had already lost its energy. Looks like it can't be any more useless. Ling Xiao shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to throw the saber away, he felt that the silver bead seemed to be emitting a slight warmth. It coldly pierced into Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment, then looked at the bead that didn't look very special. Could it be that this isn't an ordinary item? He hesitated for a moment before deciding to dig out the silver bead. Holding the bead in his hand, he felt nothing special. What kind of bead is this? It actually has some energy? Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the bead in his hand. Ling Xiao played with it a few times, but did not find anything special. He wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he threw it into his space ring. However, the place where Ling Xiao threw it happened to be where the ice and fire swords were. Ling Xiao did not notice that the moment the pearl came into contact with the ice and fire sword, strands of icy cold qi leaked out from the pearl. The ice and fire sword trembled slightly, and a connection was actually formed between the two. The ice attribute on the other side of the ice-water sword also emitted a cold aura, which connected with the cold aura of the bead. Gradually, all of the cold aura from the bead was transferred into the ice and fire sword. The bead also became dim and no longer emitted any energy. The ice and fire sword gradually let out a buzzing sound. It actually stood upright on its own and emitted a ball of light. It looked extremely magical. Ling Xiao and the ice and fire sword had already become one. When the ice and fire sword let out a soft sound, he immediately sensed it. What's going on? Ling Xiao immediately looked at the ice and fire sword in his space ring. When he saw that the ice and fire sword had actually stood upright on its own, he was extremely surprised. Immediately after, he summoned the ice and fire sword. Holding the ice and fire sword in his hand, he felt a different kind of energy being emitted. Ling Xiao channeled his spiritual energy into the ice and fire sword. Roar! The huge figure of the nine-headed dragon snake instantly roared above the ice and fire sword, and the ice and fire sword also emitted an even more dazzling light. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. This ice and fire sword seems to have advanced. He could sense that the ice and fire sword was already very different from before. Its energy was much stronger than before, and it was obvious that it had already reached the middle stage of the 7th step. Ling Xiao took out the bead and realized that it had already turned into an ordinary stone. Could it be because of this bead? Ling Xiao thought inexplicably. Normally, if a weapon wanted to advance, it would have to be melted down and recast before it could advance. However, after reaching the level of a spirit weapon, one could also use some rare materials to warm the spirit weapon. After a long period of accumulation, one could also advance. However, this was a very time-consuming task, and very few martial warriors would do this. But now, Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword had advanced for no reason, which confused Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand what was so special about that ordinary bead that could allow the ice and fire sword to advance by a level. Actually, this was mainly because Ling Xiao lacked knowledge about artifact forging, which was why he couldn't understand. If Tang Guo was here, he would definitely discover that the bead was the artifact spirit energy of the damaged broadsword. Any weapon that reached the level of a spirit artifact would produce an artifact spirit. However, this artifact spirit could not be manifested and instead existed within the weapon. Only when a spirit artifact had an artifact spirit could a martial artist and a spirit artifact create a state of unity. Some martial warriors who were the wielder of their own weapons would often use their own blood essence to feed their weapons, allowing them to reach the state of unity with their weapons and also allowing their spirit artifacts to advance. Although the artifact spirit of a broadsword had been obliterated by countless years, it still existed. It was enough to show that it should have been a very rare high-grade spirit artifact back then, and its artifact spirit's intelligence was already quite high. Therefore, when it came into contact with the ice attribute of the ice and fire sword, which belonged to the same origin, it resonated with the artifact spirit of the ice and fire sword, and was absorbed and assimilated by the artifact spirit of the ice and fire sword. The stronger the artifact spirit, the higher the grade of the ice and fire sword. This was also what Ling Xiao could not understand. Ling Xiao did not dwell on the matter of the ice and fire sword. After speeding up his flight for 2 days, he finally encountered something. It was the same kind of existence as the vengeful spirits he had seen in Gu City. At the same time, there were a few corpses of the earthly emperor that had participated in the imperial boar competition. The number of these vengeful spirits was not as large as the ones he had seen in Gu City, but they had already condensed into form. It was likely that they were at least at the Sky Sovereign stage before they died. An ordinary person would have been so scared that they would immediately turn around and run when they saw these vengeful spirits. But Ling Xiao revealed a smile. I finally encountered something. Otherwise, I would have been bored to death. If it was before, when Ling Xiao saw such a high-level vengeful spirit, he would have immediately fled without saying a word. However, with his current strength, these vengeful spirits were not enough to deal with. A few moves that contained heavenly fire scared these vengeful spirits to the point that they fled as far as they could. After all, heavenly fire was the nemesis of these evil beings. Ling Xiao bent down to check the bodies of these earthly emperors to see if there were any good things left behind. However, he was disappointed. These earthly emperors seemed to have been plundered by others. The spatial rings on their hands had long since disappeared, and there were even 1 or 2 of them who were naked. It was likely that even their defensive armor had been taken off by others. Ling Xiao was depressed. After being busy for a while, he actually did not obtain any benefits. Ling Xiao could only nod his head and continue on his way. If he wanted to find an Emperor Pill, he could only find it in the place where an Emperor Stage powerhouse had fallen. A battle of this level would probably be earth-shattering, and the destructive power would definitely be the most terrifying. Therefore, after Ling Xiao flew into the air and observed the terrain for a while, he flew towards some of the places that had suffered the most damage. As Ling Xiao gradually went deeper, he finally sensed the aura of a battle. This time, he knew that he had found the right place. Unfortunately, by the time Ling Xiao quietly arrived, the battle had already ended. Ling Xiao could vaguely hear one of them say, "The Emperor Pill is in our hands. Let's go." So. Several figures soared into the sky, and behind them were dozens of vengeful spirits chasing after them. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao muttered, "This won't do. I have to speed up, otherwise the title of First Emperor will be taken by someone else." Ling Xiao became serious and began to use his spirit energy to spread out in all directions. He knew that the more resentful spirits there were, the higher the chances of an Emperor Pill existing. Found it with a lot of soul power over there. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he quickly flew in a certain direction. Sure enough, not long after, he arrived at a place where the resentful spirits resided. There were many skeletons near them, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of battle scars. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. The condensation of these vengeful spirits was very dense, at least reaching the strength of a low-level Empyrean. They were all dressed in simple and unadorned battle robes, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. looking fierce and fiendish. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that these vengeful spirits seemed to be divided into two factions. The two types of battle robes were different, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be fighting against each other. The two groups of vengeful spirits were constantly tearing at each other, and waves of whistling sounds of battle could be heard in the surroundings. Ling Xiao originally wanted to kill his way out, but when he saw this, he stopped. At the same time, he sensed more than 10 powerful auras around him. Presumably, there were also people who came here to search for the Emperor Pill like him. Ling Xiao had already hidden his aura a long time ago. He could sense that the dozen or so auras in the chaotic rocks were only a few hundred meters away from him. As for his competitors, Ling Xiao was not afraid. The key was to see if there were any Emperor Pills in the vicinity. Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings and sensed two different types of energy, which were completely different from the auras of humans. Finally, Ling Xiao fixed his gaze on the two groups of vengeful spirits. Each group was guarded by two mid-level Empyrean-level vengeful spirits, and behind them were two round beads. These beads were about the size of two thumbs, and each emitted a reddish-brown color. It seemed like they contained a lot of energy. Ling Xiao licked his lips. He knew that these two beads were definitely the existence of the Emperor Pills. Just as he sensed the existence of the Emperor Pills, he sensed an aura slowly sweeping towards the location of the Emperor Pills from behind the rocks. It seemed like they wanted to take advantage of the battle between the two groups of vengeful spirits to snatch the Emperor Pills. These two Emperor Pills are not easy to snatch. Ling Xiao muttered with a faint smile. Each of them was guarded by two mid-level Empyrean vengeful spirits. Without some special means, it would not be easy to obtain the Emperor Pills. Chapter 620. Other than Ling Xiao, there were a few other earthly sovereigns who were eyeing the two Emperor Pills. They were a team of 14 people, led by Mo Jia, who was the strongest and had the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. The rest of the team consisted of 5 peak earthly sovereigns and 8 high-level earthly sovereigns. Their strength was considered below average among the dozens of teams, and they were far inferior to the teams of dozens of people. Mo Jia led 6 of them towards one of the imperial elixirs, while the other 7 headed towards the other. They all wanted to take the 2 Emperor Pills for themselves. Mo Jia was already in his 60s, but he looked like a middle-aged man. There was a hideous scar on his face, which made him look very frightening. He transmitted his voice to the people behind him. Once we get close to the resentful souls, immediately summon your spirit beast to deal with the 2 resentful souls. They can harm our knowledge sea, but they have no effect on our spirit beasts, so don't worry about them. Once you get the pills, immediately retreat. We can't let the other resentful souls surround us. The people behind him nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. However, when they were 50 meters away from the Emperor Pill, the 2 mid-level heavenly venerate resentful souls immediately sensed their presence. Mo Jia's eyes twitched, and he shouted, "They found us. Quickly summon your spirit beasts." At this moment, the 2 heavenly venerate resentful souls charged towards them. Although they were resentful souls, their strength was not inferior to that of a low-level heavenly venerate. The earthly sovereigns behind Mo Jia summoned their spirit beasts together, and the battle was about to begin. At the same time, Mo Jia flashed to the side, condensed a giant palm in his hand, and grabbed at the Emperor Pill. Mo Jia knew that these resentful souls did not have a mind of their own. They only existed because of their stubborn thoughts, so he felt that obtaining the Emperor Pill would not be a problem. Who knew that just as his giant palm was about to grab the Emperor Pill would actually fly up on its own. Not only that, but the other Emperor Pill also flew up, and the 2 Emperor Pills actually stopped in the middle of the battle between the 2 groups of resentful souls. What's going on? Mo Jia could not wrap his head around what was happening. He had obtained a few Emperor Pills before, but this was the first time he saw them fly away on their own. A few screams brought Moza back to his senses. He realized that the two groups of resentful spirits were already charging towards his men. Damn it, let's go. I don't want these two emperor pills anymore. Moza immediately shouted and quickly left the place. His allies also retreated at the same time, because facing so many vengeful spirits, it was impossible for them to deal with them one by one. At that time, before they could obtain the Emperor Pill, they would all die. After Moza and the others left, the two groups of wraiths fought again as if they did not know exhaustion. At this moment, the two Emperor Pills in the center of the vengeful souls once again flew up by themselves. Swoosh! The two Monarch Pills flew in the same direction like the wind. Those powerful, vengeful spirits seemed to be determined to protect the two Emperor Elixirs. They actually chased after the two Emperor Elixirs in a frenzy. Just as they were about to catch up, a blue flame blasted towards them. Woo-woo! The blue flames stopped them in their tracks, causing them to cry out in alarm. A figure grabbed the two Emperor Pills in his hand and quickly flew into the distance. Those vengeful spirits kept howling. Obviously, the loss of the Emperor Pills had caused them to go crazy. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao, who had obtained the two Emperor Pills? Ling Xiao flew for a long time and only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the vengeful spirits did not chase after him. I got them so easily. How effortless. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the Emperor Pills in his hand with satisfaction. The reason why he had obtained the Emperor Pills so easily was naturally because he had used his mental strength to bring them over. Otherwise, he would have been discovered if he had used his elemental manifestation to grab the Emperor Pills. Ling Xiao did not want to expose his identity, nor did he want to waste his energy on those vengeful spirits. Hence, he chose this simple and effective method. Is this an Emperor Pill? The energy contained in it actually did not dissipate, as expected of an Emperor rank powerhouse who passed away in meditation. Ling Xiao muttered as he felt the explosive energy from the Emperor Pills. Although Emperor Pills were good stuff, they were useless to ordinary people. Only when they fell into the hands of a high-grade alchemist would they be of use. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao was already a 6th-grade alchemist. As long as he advanced one more grade, he would be able to make use of these Emperor Pills. Hence, he already planned to keep the Emperor Pills for himself. He would not bring them to those major forces to exchange. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find Emperor Pills in the future. After Ling Xiao made up his mind, he immediately set off for the next place. He searched for 2 places with more vengeful spirits for 2 days in a row, but he did not find any traces of the Emperor Pills. Ling Xiao could not help feeling somewhat vexed. After all, after so many Imperial roll contests, many Emperor Pills had already been taken by others. Damn it, what kind of shitty place is this? I've been searching for 2 days, and I haven't even found a single strand of hair. How can I live like this? Ling Xiao cried out in distress. He gritted his teeth and flew towards the place where the feeling was the strongest. Ling Xiao arrived at a rocky area. This place was similarly desolate, but the cold wind was much stronger than the previous places. There was a huge crack that seemed to have been slashed open by a peerless expert, and waves of powerful soul energy were emanating from it. It was obvious that a large number of vengeful spirits had gathered in this huge crack. There were already 3 groups of people eyeing them covetously at the edge of the huge rift. None of the 18 major forces were participating in these 3 groups. However, their strength was not weak. Each group actually had around 20 people, and Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that one of the groups was someone he was familiar with. The person leading the group was Tuoba Yuan. There were more than 20 people behind him, and it was obvious that they were the helpers he had recruited. Gu Jiaojiao and Gu Mingzhu were also among them. Ling Xiao saw that many of the 3 groups were injured. It was likely that they had been attacked by vengeful spirits while searching for the Emperor Pills. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the 3 groups. However, they only paid attention to him for a moment before their gazes fell on the huge crack again. Their eyes were filled with greed. It was obvious that there were many emperor pills under the huge crack. However, Ling Xiao knew that in front of these temptations, there would definitely be a huge danger. Ling Xiao ignored the crowd and quietly went to the other side of the huge crack. He lowered his head and looked down, and his expression immediately became fanatical. There are so many emperor pills. No wonder these guys are all gathered here. However, there are so many vengeful spirits down there that it's a little scary. Ling Xiao saw that this huge crack wasn't very deep. It was only a few meters deep. With a single glance, he could see many emperor pills casually scattered below the huge crack. With a rough estimate, there were at least 100 emperor pills. However, although there were many emperor pills, there were even more vengeful spirits. Many vengeful spirits wandered there like patrolling soldiers. These vengeful spirits were not as terrifying as the ones they had encountered before. In fact, a few of them had even reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerate. It was obvious that they were all almighties when they were alive. That's not right. There are so many vengeful spirits here. They are so peaceful and did not rush out. There must be an even stronger existence. Ling Xiao faintly felt that something was wrong. He felt that these vengeful spirits were too quiet, and the auras of the other 3 groups of people could not be concealed. With the vengeful spirits' sensitivity towards soul power, they should be able to sense that someone had arrived. However, they still repeated their patrolling actions as if they did not care about their arrival. From this, Ling Xiao guessed that this place was definitely not that simple. Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to probe downwards. He suddenly discovered 2 extremely obscure and powerful soul power undulations. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and hurriedly retreated far away. With so many emperor pills here, it must have been discovered by others. However, these emperor pills had not been taken away. It could be seen how dangerous this place was. Ling Xiao did not retreat far. Once again, he hid among the rocks and observed the 3 groups of people from afar. He wanted to see what methods they had to obtain those emperor pills. Not long after, the 3 groups of people finally could not hold back and summoned their spirit beasts. They charged toward the huge crack to snatch the emperor pills. With someone taking the lead, the others also became impulsive. Waves of powerful elemental attacks from different spiritual weapons blasted towards the vengeful spirits in the huge crack. Although these vengeful spirits were powerful, they did not have consciousness and could not deduce the small universe. Therefore, their battle strength was not as powerful as a true heavenly venerate. However, it was enough to make the earthly sovereign suffer. Ling Xiao looked at the earth-shattering battle and murmured, "How bold!" Countless vengeful spirits rushed out from the huge crack. They let out howling cries and charged towards the dozens of earthly sovereigns and spirit beasts like fearless warriors. The battle was very intense, but Ling Xiao knew that these people were already feeling the pressure. Fortunately, they all had many methods to defend against the vengeful spirits' attacks. Therefore, they were not completely annihilated. Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion rang out from the clear sky. Bolts of lightning the size of buckets descended from the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of thunder drowned out the vengeful spirits. Ling Xiao stared at the figure who had unleashed such a powerful attack. It was Tuobi Yuan. He wielded the purple trident in his hand and continuously unleashed terrifying lightning bolts. The vengeful spirits in the vicinity were all blasted into smithereens. Then, he plunged into the huge crack to snatch the emperor pills. No more vengeful spirits dared to approach him. Did that guy succeed? Ling Xiao murmured. He also wanted to rush over and snatch the emperor pills. Given his methods, he did not fear these vengeful spirits. However, he had always been cautious, so he had to be more careful. However, not long after Toby Yuan went down, he saw him fleeing out of the huge crack in a sorry state. "Quick, run! There is a remnant spirit of a quasi-the-arch." Tuobi Yuan exclaimed to his people and immediately fled far away. He was as fast as lightning. Chapter 621. From a huge fissure that was dozens of meters wide, a terrifying palm emerged from it. The palm was like a mountain, and it looked extremely terrifying. The three groups of people were scared witless, and they rode their spirit beasts as far as they could. Rumble. The huge palm smashed down towards the place with the most people. A few earthly Emperor realm experts and spirit beasts didn't run fast enough, and they immediately became resentful souls. They were smashed into a pulp, and a palm print that was a few tens of meters wide was left on the ground. Countless stone ships were sent flying in all directions. After the huge palm smashed down, the dozens of people had retreated completely, and none of them dared to stay any longer. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva from afar, and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. His body trembled slightly, and he muttered, "The might of an Emperor realm expert is really terrifying." However, Ling Xiao didn't want to let the fat meat slip away just like that. He had searched for many days to find these Emperor pills, and he had to snatch the meat from the tiger's mouth no matter what. The remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. This is a great tonic, and I absolutely can't let it go. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed brightly. Subsequently, he moved a few tens of meters closer to the huge rift, and he hid behind a huge rock to conceal his aura so as not to alarm the other resentful souls. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't fight them head-on. After all, they were extremely formidable. However, Ling Xiao didn't know why they didn't choose to seize the body of a quasi-emperor realm expert. They should be able to do it with their ability, right? Ling Xiao didn't have the time to think about it. He sat down cross-legged and immediately started circulating the second stage of the soul mastery technique. Numerous invisible and profound talisman symbols floated incessantly in the air. I don't know if this will work. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, and then he controlled the numerous invisible talisman symbols to fly towards the huge rift that wasn't too far away. There were two quasi-emperor realm remnant souls in the huge rift. Their energy was very formidable, and their consciousness was very clear. Moreover, they knew all sorts of combat techniques, and they weren't something that the resentful souls could compare to. Even though they were very strong, they were still unable to see through Ling Xiao's invisible talisman symbols. These invisible spirit runes blasted towards the remnant soul of a half-step sovereign who was meditating. The remnant soul of the half-step emperor was also very powerful. When it came in contact with those invisible runes, it immediately reacted. Its powerful soul power resisted those runes, trying to get rid of those runes. The soul power of a half-emperor wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. It actually forcefully shook off quite a few runes. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued to control the runes to attack. "I don't believe that I can't capture you. Who dares to alarm this emperor?" The remnant soul of the quasi-emperor spoke faintly, and then it casually raised its hand. Another enormous palm flew out from the huge crack, and then it smashed down towards Ling Xiao. F***CK. Ling Xiao screamed as he looked at the giant palm and quickly retreated. The gigantic palm smashed into the ground where he had been standing. Not far away, Ling Xiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This guy is really scary. However, while Ling Xiao was still in a state of shock, he saw a figure rushing out from the huge crack. This figure was actually flying towards him, and its gloomy eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Oh no, this guy actually came out. Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, and then he immediately turned around and fled. Although his speed was fast, the half-martial emperor's speed was even faster. In just a few blinks of an eye, the half-step emperor blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao steadied himself and forced himself to calm down as he looked at the figure. This remnant soul was an old man. He wasn't very tall, but he was very robust. He wore a set of gorgeous clothes, and his bearing was quite extraordinary. It was obvious that he was an extraordinary figure when he was alive. A mere mid-level Earth sovereign actually has such powerful mental strength. I didn't expect such an outstanding junior to exist. The half-step emperor's remnant soul stared at Ling Xiao and spoke faintly. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, Senior, Junior didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. At the same time, he had already mobilized all his mental strength. If the half-step emperor's remnant soul made any strange movements, he would immediately use his mental strength to deal a fatal blow. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this half-step emperor's remnant soul, but it would definitely consume a lot of his mental strength. You make it sound better than a song. The half-step emperor's remnant soul snorted coldly, and then said, I know you want the emperor elixir, but since you've hit this emperor, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy. Your strong body will belong to this emperor. At this point, the half-step emperor's aura was thick with hostility, and then a powerful energy blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already on guard, and when the half-step emperor attacked, his mental strength went all out. This time, his mental strength was completely used to attack, and countless fierce sharp blades blasted toward the half-step emperor's remnant soul. On the other hand, Ling Xiao took the full brunt of the half-step emperor's attack, and he was blasted over 100 meters away while golden blood sprayed out from his mouth. The half-step emperor's remnant soul didn't fare as well as it did before. How could a full-powered attack from Ling Xiao's mental strength be so easily blocked like those talisman markings? The half-step emperor's remnant soul had been reduced to such a state because its body and soul had suffered heavy injuries when it was alive. Now that it was suffering a mental strength attack that specialized in restraining the soul, it was completely unable to defend itself, and a large amount of its soul power was gradually reduced to nothingness by the mental strength attack. It let out a shrill cry of unwillingness, but unfortunately, it still gradually dissipated from the world. Ling Xiao was lying on a pile of rubble not far away. His countenance had turned slightly pale, but he didn't seem to have suffered any heavy injuries. It's a good thing I just strengthened my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt so good. Ling Xiao sighed and bounced up from the rubble. Then, he flew backward and chose a relatively calm place to sit down and recover his mental strength. If I can absorb the remnant soul of a half-step emperor, my mental strength will definitely soar. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. He wanted to use the half-step emperor's remnant soul as a test subject just now, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed and was almost killed by the half-step emperor. Therefore, he could only give up the idea for the time being. Got it. If I first weaken its soul power and then cast a talisman on it, it should be able to deal with it. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of a new method, and his eyes lit up again. After 4 hours of recovery, Ling Xiao's mental strength was once again full. This time, he didn't plan to hide anymore, and directly flew to the sky above the huge crack. Then, he circulated a strong heavenly fire and wrapped himself in layers of layers to prevent other resentful souls from taking advantage of the situation. Immediately afterward, the blue flame in Ling Xiao's hand blasted towards the place where the half-step emperor's remnant soul was fluctuating. Rumble. The powerful fiery energy smashed into the ground with a rumbling sound, and the dense, raging fire started to burn. Some of the resentful souls in the surroundings immediately howled as soon as they came into contact with the heavenly fire, and many of them hurriedly hid far away. Then, a figure flew out from the ground at an extremely fast speed. How dare you? How dare you provoke this emperor? Another half-step emperor's remnant soul appeared and roared furiously. Just when it was about to attack Ling Xiao made the first move. His mental strength turned into countless blades and madly bombarded the half-step emperor's remnant soul. But this time, Ling Xiao had a sense of propriety and didn't use all of his mental strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Sure enough, before the half-step emperor's remnant soul could react, its condensed body was blasted by Ling Xiao's mental strength and weakened a lot. Sensing the danger, the half-step emperor's remnant soul didn't dare to stay any longer and actually chose to escape. You think you can escape? Ling Xiao laughed triumphantly, and the already condensed mental strength runes smashed towards the half-step Emperor's remnant soul like a tidal wave. The half-step Emperor's remnant soul was already extremely weak, and its speed was greatly reduced. Even its reaction speed was greatly reduced, and Ling Xiao's mental strength runes blasted its body effortlessly. Damn it, what is this thing? The half-step Emperor's remnant soul cried out in fear. It wanted to break free from the runes, but unfortunately, it couldn't do so. How could Ling Xiao waste his breath on it? He immediately closed his eyes and circulated the soul-controlling art's mnemonic chant. Immediately after, a strange scene appeared. The extremely weak half-step Emperor's remnant soul's soul power unexpectedly drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge bit by bit. The half-step Emperor's remnant soul was greatly alarmed and immediately begged for mercy. "No, don't absorb my soul power. I beg you, let me go." Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao be soft-hearted, and he concentrated even more on absorbing the soul power that was hard to come by. 2 hours later, the half-step Emperor's remnant soul that was struggling had become illusory, and its originally material body had gradually vanished. On the other hand, as a large amount of soul power surged into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge, the spiritual liquid within it transformed into even more pure spiritual liquid that strengthened his sea of knowledge. After the half-step Emperor's remnant soul dispersed, Ling Xiao still hadn't fully recovered from his exhaustion, and he praised loudly, "What great nourishment! I filled up so much in an instant." After attaining the second stage of the soul-controlling art, besides being able to utilize mental strength runes to control others, there was another miraculous effect, and it was the ability to absorb the soul power of others for one's own use in order to strengthen one's own spiritual energy. Earlier, Ling Xiao had precisely utilized this to absorb the weak half-step Emperor's remnant soul. It was his first time using this ability, so he'd miscalculated and failed during his first experiment. But he'd finally gained something this time. There are definitely many Emperor-rank souls in this vast space. I've struck it rich this time. Ling Xiao suddenly became greedy as he thought to himself. After all, the accumulation of spiritual energy from cultivating on one's own was very slow, and absorbing the energy of powerful souls was a shortcut to swiftly strengthen one's spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally be unable to think in this way. After all, the strength of every single Emperor-rank soul was extremely terrifying. But in this current environment, these souls were filled with bloodthirst and viciousness, and absorbing them wouldn't make him feel guilty at all. When Ling Xiao was about to collect the Emperor cores from the huge crack, some incomplete memories seemed to have appeared in his mind, and these memories seemed to have come from the half-step Emperor's remnant soul. So there's actually such a benefit. Ling Xiao hadn't expected that absorbing the half-step Emperor rank soul power would allow him to absorb the half-step Emperor rank soul power as well. And this was a major discovery. When Ling Xiao was about to collect all the Emperor cores from the huge crack, someone had actually soundlessly appeared above Ling Xiao. Chapter 622. Looking at the scattered imperial pills under the huge crack, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up with passion. I finally got some imperial pills. If I didn't get any more, my position as the head succubus would be in danger. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together. Just as he was about to pick up the imperial pills, he sensed danger from the back of his head. It felt like he was being targeted by a venomous snake. A silent gust of wind had already pierced towards the back of his head. The hairs on Ling Xiao's body stood on end. Ignoring the Emperor pills, he pounced forward without a second thought. Unfortunately, the faint sound of the wind still followed him like a shadow, as if it was determined to kill him. Ling Xiao knew that turning his back to the enemy was already a huge taboo. Moreover, the enemy's speed was also frighteningly fast. In a moment of desperation, he could only let out a roar. Roar! Dragon's Tenbin Spirit Art. Dragon Roar. A golden dragon shadow instantly soared into the sky. Its terrifying power was earth-shattering. The sound wave was already very terrifying. It kept reverberating in the huge crack in the space. The sound wave was greatly amplified. Boom, boom, boom. In the huge crack, the surrounding rock walls were shattered by the terrifying sound waves, and the stone fragments and dust were constantly splashing everywhere. The person behind Ling Xiao was obviously affected by the dark waves, and Ling Xiao's sense of danger was greatly reduced. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. He spun around and kicked at the man who had ambushed him. Wind God kick third style, tornado ruins. Large amounts of rock fragments were swept up by the leg shadows, and the leg shadows, which contained dense Xiantian yin wind, baleful qi, corroded everything mercilessly. This time, Ling Xiao did not hold back at all. He even used the Xiantian yin wind, baleful qi that he had been hiding all this time. It was clear that he was really angry this time. The person behind Ling Xiao was also shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying sound waves. He could not react in time, and was immediately drowned by Ling Xiao's sharp leg shadows. Bang! Before the man could see his face clearly, he was kicked into pieces by Ling Xiao. In just a blink of an eye, the strong, innate yin wind, baleful qi had surrounded him. The person who launched the sneak attack turned into a pile of mud in an instant and was corroded to the point that not even dregs were left. By the time the sound wave stopped, the man had already turned into dust. This was truly a swift and ingenious way to kill. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He immediately looked up, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Like a gust of wind, he flew up to the giant fissure and roared, "Since you're already here, get the hell out of here." Looking at the silent surroundings, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, "You want this young master to force you out? You're really despicable." After saying that, Ling Xiao's 10 fingers casually pointed in a few directions, and a few flames shot towards the piles of rubble. Boom! The fiery finger blasted into the rubble and directly pierced through it. Swoosh! More than a dozen figures instantly flew up from several directions at the same time. 17 people gathered together. Several of them were peak earthly emperors, and the rest were high-level earthly emperors. The strength of this group was considered average among the many groups. Hee, I didn't expect you to be able to escape the assassination of Black Shadow, but you're going to die here in the end. A cold and sinister laugh rang out. Ling Xiao looked at the person who spoke and revealed a surprised expression. I didn't expect it to be you guys. Ling Xiao also knew the 2 leaders of this group. The person who spoke was Wen Huang, who came from Lanyang City with Ling Xiao. Beside him was his junior brother by mention. The rest of the earthly emperors should be their allies who had gathered. When Ling Xiao was in the top 10 of the advancement competition, he had sent their fellow disciples, Shinemo and Zhang Dazhua, off the stage. It was probably because of this that Wen Huang and Bai Minxing had a strong hostility towards Ling Xiao. Now, the person who sneak attacked Ling Xiao just now was one of the members of Wen Huang's group. That person was called Black Shadow, so he must be very good at assassination. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's sharpness, that sword attack just now would have been enough to kill him. Thinking of that moment, Ling Xiao felt extremely lucky. He didn't expect this group of people to be able to hide their auras. Just now, he was fully focused on dealing with the remnant soul of the pseudo-emperor. After seeing the D-Dan, his vigilance was at its lowest. Otherwise, with his spiritual power, he would have discovered them long ago. I'll say this to you guys. It's best for all of you to stay here and become resentful spirits. Ling Xiao said gloomily. Ling Xiao was furious. He hadn't felt the threat of death for a long time, and he almost died just now. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let the people in front of him go. Ling Xiao didn't wait for them to say any more nonsense. He chose to strike first. Like the wind, Ling Xiao flew towards the group of people, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Everyone spread out and set up the minor star killing array. Wen Huang closed his bone fan and immediately exclaimed. The people behind him immediately split up in a disorderly manner. Rays of light of different attributes shot out, and arrays of light of different attributes converged to form a star-shaped formation. The star-shaped array blossomed with dazzling brilliance. The attacks of different attributes formed a star-shaped world. Rays of attacks smashed down like meteors, causing the world to tremble. The minor star killing array was a high-level array of the Blue Sun sect. With the strength of an earthly sovereign, the array they evolved was comparable to the attack of a high-level heavenly venerable. Any earthly sovereign who fell into it would have to face the terrifying power of a high-level heavenly venerable. How could an ordinary earthly sovereign withstand the attack of a high-level heavenly venerable? It seemed that when Huang was very fearful of Ling Xiao, he immediately used such a killing array from the beginning. It could be said that he was very cautious and ruthless. Fortunately, this group of people had just honed their array not long ago. Their coordination in all directions was still a bit rusty. The power of the minor star killing array was slightly weaker, but when Huang believed that it was completely enough to kill Ling Xiao didn't expect that the other party could deduce an array attack. However, he didn't have time to think too much. The golden fist shadow had already blasted towards Wen Huang, who was leading the group. Although Ling Xiao's speed was fast, his aura had already been locked on by the array. Colorful starlight attacks fell from the sky. There were raging flames, ice flowers, waves of water, earth spikes, wave after wave of terrifying attacks blasted towards Ling Xiao's back. Wen Huang, who was in front of Ling Xiao, naturally didn't mind. His bone fan constantly produced dazzling white light, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to hurt. His movements also became sluggish. It was also at this moment that all the attacks immediately smashed towards Ling Xiao. Rumble. The terrifying attack produced an earth-shattering explosion in mid-air, and a colorful mushroom smoke immediately appeared. Haha, the minor star killing array is indeed extraordinary. Second senior brother, this Ling Xiao really can't withstand a single blow. Bai Minqing looked at Ling Xiao, who was hit by the attack, and couldn't help but laugh. Wen Huang lightly waved his bone fan and smiled. This is just a small matter. In the future, when you come into contact with my sect's great star killing array, its power will truly be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Even an emperor-ranked expert will die, without a doubt, if they fall into it. However, just as the two of them were feeling complacent, several miserable screams rang out. A figure could be seen flying non-stop, a strange longsword in his hand emitting a hot and cold aura. He began to reap the lives of the surrounding earthly emperors. Bastard, he actually didn't die. Everyone, quickly summon your spiritual beasts and kill him for me. Wen Huang's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. Immediately after, a white spiritual beast appeared beside him. It was a snow-white aurora eagle. It had already reached the pinnacle of the Type 5 realm, and its eyes were emitting rays of white light, looking extremely demonic. The aurora eagle was a mutated spiritual beast. It was a rare, light-attributed spiritual beast. Its pair of eagle eyes could not only attack, but it could also confuse people's vision. The others also summoned their various spiritual beasts. The earthly emperors and their spiritual beasts all launched powerful attacks towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, came and went without a trace. No one was able to lock onto him, and their attacks were all useless. You think you can kill me just because you have more people? I think too highly of you. As Ling Xiao dodged, he let out a strong sneer. His mental strength began to surge out like a tide. He did not intend to continue entangling with them. Since they dared to kill him, they should all go to the King of Hell and reflect on their mistakes. As Ling Xiao unleashed his psychic power, the invisible psychic attack immediately killed several earthly sovereigns. As the earthly emperors died inexplicably, Wen Huang, Bai Minqing, and the others became horrified. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this brat knows some demonic arts? Wen Huang's expression became steely as he shouted, "Senior brother, let's attack together. Otherwise, they will all die." Bai Minsheng held his spiritual weapon and said. He immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. Limitless doppelganger. Bai Minsheng instantly split into 5 figures and rushed towards Ling Xiao from 5 different directions. If it was an ordinary person facing 5 doppelgangers, they would definitely panic. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. Even if all 5 of Bai Minsheng's clones were real, they could not catch up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stepped on the wind attribute Cloud Phantom. He ignored Bai Minsheng's pursuit and continued to kill others with the Ice and Fire Sword in his hand. The Ice and Fire Sword was already a mid-tier, 7th-tier, high-grade spiritual weapon. Wherever it went, the earthly emperors could not resist and were killed one by one. Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. His combat strength was comparable to a peak earthly emperor. If he used his dragon-shaped battle chi, he would not even be afraid of a low-level heavenly venerable. Therefore, he was like an adult bullying a child. Killing people was like child's play. Following Ling Xiao's massacre, 14 of the 17 earthly emperors had already died. Only Wen Huang, Bai Minsheng, and another peak earthly emperor were still alive. That peak earthly emperor had long been scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's killing intent. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill him, his legs trembled, and he immediately begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Spare my life. I can make you my master, as long as you let. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head was immediately separated from his body. Ling Xiao was like a god of death as he stared coldly at Wen Huang and Bai Minsheng, who had yet to kill him. His expression was filled with contempt. Chapter 623. Wen Huang and Bai Minsheng already knew that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was extraordinary. His physical body was unparalleled, and even spirit weapons could not harm him. Hence, they did not underestimate Ling Xiao at all. They felt that the power of the minor star killing formation should be enough to kill Ling Xiao. However, not only had Ling Xiao not been killed, but his allies had been slaughtered one by one. The spirit beasts had also perished along with their master. I'll give you a chance. Both of you, come at me together. Ling Xiao kept the Ice and Fire Sword and hooked his finger at the 2 of them. He looked at Wen Huang and Bai Minsheng with disdain. He did not want to kill the 2 of them immediately. He had a better way to deal with them. Bai Minsheng took a step back and looked at Wen Huang. To be honest, he was extremely afraid. Ling Xiao was much scarier than they had imagined. Even a heavenly venerable would not be his match. Wen Huang's expression kept changing. The Aurora Eagle flapped its snow-white wings at the side. Its white eyes emitted a cold and strange light. Brother Ling, you're really good. Why don't we call it quits? We don't want the Emperor pills here. Wen Huang took a light breath and said, Yes. Brother Ling, let's call it quits. Bai Minsheng's ruthlessness was gone, and he immediately agreed. Ling Xiao smiled and said, That won't do. You only have one choice. If you don't come at me, I will. Is there really no room for negotiation? Wen Huang tightened his bone fan and narrowed his eyes. Ling Xiao raised his middle finger and shook it. There's no room for negotiation. With that, he began to walk towards the 2 of them step by step. Since that's the case, then go and die. Wen Huang knew that Ling Xiao's speed was terrifying. It was obviously impossible for him to escape, so he could only fight to his death. At the same time, the Aurora Eagle beside him let out a loud cry. 2 rays of white light shot out from its eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. The white light was extremely fast, as if it had flashed by. Ling Xiao had noticed the Aurora Eagle a long time ago, but he was still caught off guard by its sudden attack. His chest was hit solidly. However, Ling Xiao's defense was freakish. That white light couldn't even penetrate Ling Xiao's clothes. Wen Huang and Bai Minsheng did not expect the Aurora Eagle to instantly kill Ling Xiao. When the Aurora Eagle launched its attack, the 2 of them immediately split up and charged towards Ling Xiao. The bone fan in Wen Huang's hand kept changing, and white lotuses appeared one after another. Twin lotus flowers. Dozens of white flowers formed into pairs, forming a pure and clean line of wind, which rushed towards Ling Xiao. Bai Minxing switched to a high-grade broadsword and raised his aura to the maximum. 5 clones attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. At the same time, his spirit beast, the two-headed flying snake, spat out its long tongue and pounced towards Ling Xiao with its huge bloody mouth. The Aurora Eagle flew quickly, and its eyes showed a confused look again. It planned to disturb Ling Xiao's consciousness. Facing the attacks of 2 people and 2 spirit beasts, Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. The dragon's roar Tenbin sounded again, causing the 2 people and 2 spirit beasts to retreat far away. With one roar, their attacks were all nullified. However, the Aurora Eagle was worthy of being a mutated spirit beast. When it retreated, its white eyes actually shot a confused look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his eyes were a little dazzled, and his vision became blurry. "Junior brother, let's kill him together." When Huang roared fiercely, the bone fan in his hand gathered a powerful white light, and a huge white lotus enveloped the sky above him. "Lotus burst, go!" Wen Huang blasted the huge lotus at Ling Xiao. This was already his strongest attack. If Ling Xiao was still fine, then he had nothing to say. Bai Minxing didn't use any fancy moves. His broadsword slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's head would be harder than a high-grade spirit weapon. At the moment of crisis, a green light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his dazed expression regained its clarity. However, at this time, when Huang's lotus burst also blasted over. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body was blasted far away, and his blood and energy were in turmoil. Wen Huang's all-out attack wasn't as powerful as the minor star killing array, but it was comparable to the attack of a low-level heavenly venerate. Ling Xiao had just stabilized his body when a strong wind attacked him from above. Ling Xiao didn't even think and immediately greeted it with a golden fist. Ding dang! Ling Xiao gathered his energy too late and was forced back by Minsheng by a dozen meters. The two-headed flying snake took the opportunity to bite him. Good. This is more interesting. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit sword. He shouted loudly, and a golden dragon shadow instantly soared. The golden dragon roared, and its fighting spirit surged endlessly. Now that Ling Xiao was in full battle mode, the two-headed flying snake seemed to feel the powerful might of an emperor, and its body couldn't help but pause for a moment. Ling Xiao sneered, and his body began to move. Waves of golden fists smashed onto the two-headed flying snake. The two-headed flying snake's body was also very tough. After taking a series of punches from Ling Xiao, it still gave Ling Xiao a ruthless sweep. Wen Huang, Bai Minsheng, and the Aurora Eagle didn't let go of any opportunity. Waves of elemental attacks bombarded Ling Xiao. "Senior brother, take it out. If this continues, we won't be able to kill him." Bai Minxing hurriedly called out to Wen Huang. Wen Huang hesitated for a moment before nodding. His spatial ring flashed, and a weapon with extremely strong elemental fluctuations appeared in his hand. This weapon was round like a bronze drum. At first glance, it looked a little old, but the surface of the bronze drum was as smooth as jade. Bursts of light flashed, making it look very strange. With the bronze drum in hand, Wen Huang and Bai Minxing's eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. No matter how powerful you are, your life ends here. Wen Huang sneered. He gathered a powerful spiritual energy in his hand and slammed it down on the bronze drum. Dong dong. A rhythmic drumming sound rang out. Ling Xiao's body flickered, and after dodging all the attacks, he punched the two-headed snake away with a couple of heavy punches, and then exploded the two-headed snake into a pile of mush. Ling Xiao listened to the sonorous sound of the bronze drum, and looked at Wen Huang and Bai Minsheng with an inexplicable expression. Beating the drum to boost your morale? Ling Xiao looked playfully at Wen Huang, who was working hard to beat the bronze drum. He did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the two brothers had up their sleeves. Wen Huang's complexion became paler and paler along with the sound of the bronze drum. His forehead was already covered in a thick layer of sweat. Is beating the drum this hard? Ling Xiao thought inexplicably. Drum spirit, come out. When Huang roared. With a flip of his hands, he tossed the bronze drum into the air and placed both palms on it at the same time. Dong dong. Xiao. As he poured the last of his spiritual energy into the bronze drum, a ray of light rose from it. The magical light gradually condensed into the phantom of a ferocious man holding a drum. This muscular man was as tall and ferocious as an ancient giant. That huge drum was as big as a small mountain. It was hard to imagine. What is this? Ling Xiao stared blankly at the giant and murmured, Drum spirit, kill him for me. When Huang pointed at Ling Xiao and said with difficulty, as if he had received the order, the giant and burly man grabbed the drumstick in his hand and hit it on the giant drum in his arms. Dong! The powerful sound of the drum was like a thunderclap, and it sounded like the 9 heavens were shaking. Pooh! Ling Xiao felt as if his internal body had been violently bombarded. His internal organs instantly ruptured, and his whole body was thrown far away like a cannonball. A mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. At this moment, the huge man and the illusion of the drum gradually disappeared from the sky. When Huang kept his bronze drum with difficulty and quickly swallowed a few pills to replenish his energy. Haha, you're finally dead. As expected of our sex sacred object, it's really powerful. Bai Minsheng laughed proudly. Don't be so proud. Hurry up and collect the emperor pills. Otherwise, when those resentful spirits gather again, we're dead for sure. When Huang glanced at Bai Minsheng and shouted, Bai Minsheng suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly flew to the giant crack to collect the emperor pills. When Huang glanced at Ling Xiao in the distance, who did not have the slightest reaction, and closed his eyes to recuperate with relief. Because he firmly believed that with their blue sun sex sacred object, Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. Thinking back to the time when he used this bronze drum to kill a mid-level heavenly venerable, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this bronze drum was. Bai Minsheng quickly collected all the emperor pills before returning to Wen Huang's side with satisfaction. He saw that Wen Huang was recuperating and did not disturb him. He also took 2 pills and sat down quietly. In this dangerous place, he must always maintain his best state to have an extra layer of protection. Half an hour later, Bai Minsheng stood up and walked over to Ling Xiao. This little brat's combat strength is so terrifying. He must have a lot of good things on him. Bai Minsheng felt that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt, so he set his sights on Ling Xiao's space ring. Just as he approached Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao's entire body was glowing with a faint golden light. His eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly exclaimed, wanting to remind his senior brother that Ling Xiao was not dead. At the same time, the big saber in his hand appeared. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Ling Xiao's tiger eyes opened and a burst of spirit runes blasted towards Bai Minsheng's knowledge sea. Bai Minsheng's sea of consciousness was completely defenseless. Moreover, his spiritual force was far inferior to Ling Xiao's spiritual force. The spiritual runes arranged themselves in a mysterious way and occupied Bai Minsheng's sea of consciousness, while Bai Minsheng's spiritual force was directly erased by the runes. Looking at the sluggish Bai Minsheng, Ling Xiao, who was lying under the rubble, showed a smug smile. Go kill your senior brother for me. Ling Xiao ordered Bai Minsheng with his thoughts. Bai Minsheng's expression was sluggish. After he received Ling Xiao's message, he immediately replied, yes. There was no emotion in his tone. Bai Minsheng held his big saber and waved a powerful attribute attack towards Wen Huang, who was still healing himself. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.